fine and so spectacular. Open up your aperture. You don't like the light that I be shining, bitch, you Dracula. Southern draw vernacular, flip you like a spatula. Knew that I was built to put this world up on my scapula. I've been on this road so long, my tires bald. I don't wanna text and no, I don't wanna call. Came in this shit running, but you don't know how to crawl. We ain't never folding, I'm holding the highest car. Look, okay, grew up running post routes. Now I'm on the cash route. Better call the plumber, that boy spitting like a bass spout. All these bad women in this club, fuck is you mad about? Word to all my estheticians, boy, I'm about to lash out. Straight from St. John's to the east side. Jigging since the knee high. Watch the way I put on for my state, nigga, yeehaw. Respecting no Aretha. Crazy how I made it to the league from the bleach eyes. Boy, my shit hair wrong. Black, rich, and bare arms. Smoking on that yogi, this shit stronger than some bare arms. Goku, I'm in rare form. You cannot prepare for him. When I swing, it's like a carnivore. This shit ain't fair for him. Brought intellect back to this rap shit. You niggas need chapstick. Shit been dry for way too long, and I'm the matchstick. You niggas Nickelodeon me. I'm more like Cap Nick. Cap a nigga, throw him in front of me. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said it, I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. About to blow like we just lit the fuse. We double dutch into this dough, I get this shit in twos. Push the button, get it started, put that shit in cruise. A little dust up on his heart, I barely get to use. A fool flatters himself, a wise man flatters a fool. Man, I just came to get it started like mechanics with tools. Cause in my hood, if you don't pack a tool, you planning to lose. These young boys deserve Oscars, they be acting a fool. A couple loose screws, but they hammer accurate. Ooh, I know some niggas stuck on drugs and manufacture it too. School of hard knocks, we all got our bachelor's. Food, no cap and gowns, but we all had the master. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said it, I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. I'm dumb lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh rack, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Say she don't smoke, but she always smoke with me, yeah. Back with Finny, yeah, back up in the ovaries, yeah. All my ops, they stay running like they over easy. Even my masseuses can't just get too close to me, yeah. Shout out to Next, soon as the ink dry, we count out the checks, yeah. I never flex, I bought up a business, you bought up a section. I'm at the top of my class, yeah. Y'all never learned from your lesson. Skywalker gave me the force, yeah. Turn this into an obsession, yeah. I couldn't wait on the team, cooking shit up with just me rowing flag, yeah. Things never are what they seem, but we know the facts, yeah. Charging that shit to the game, but now I pull up with a battery pack, yeah. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and we can just leave it at that. I'm dumb lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh rack, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Big bro, why they call you big bro? Every time we hit the bank, we deposit zip codes. Well connected with the streets, like we out in Skid Row.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull-Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, a.k.a. B. Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull-Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe, all of our YouTube videos. Hit that like button. Y'all coming here. Hit the share, subscribe as well. Hit that Cash App, $Stickrick1991 Son. $Stickrick1991 Son is our Cash App. If you guys do not have Cash App, you guys can go to also our super stickers and super comments that are available. Very simple. All you got to do is hit that $ symbol right there in the chat box. You guys can donate that way as well. And last but not least, make sure y'all wipe your feet into this house. Hit that like button and enjoy the show. Let's get it popping. Let's go into the comment sections real quick. Let me know that y'all are in here. If you guys are watching, comment in the comment section. Sergio Martinez says the only thing is that we won't play Minnesota again this season. They beaten us 8 of the last 9 games. SMH. Wow, that is an alarming stat. Appreciate that, Sergio. Danny Berry Sports Highlight says, Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday, Danny Berry Sports. Mrs. Davis says, Hey, BJ in chat, that game last night too close how they blew a 19-point lead, SMH. All right. So we're gonna get right into it, man. We're gonna go into the numbers, we're gonna go into statistics and all that, but we're gonna talk about some things that I seen that really caught my eye because I watched the game twice. I watched the game, of course, live, and then the second time I watched it again this morning. Um, just to kind of see what I saw, especially in that fourth quarter, down the stretch, and the second half where we lost a 19-point lead that Mrs. Davis eloquently said. So let's get into it, man. Let's talk about it. Let's see what happened and see what we can, figure out and see what we can, take from this L. So watching the game last night, obviously the Clippers, losing to Minnesota the way they did, it kind of really puts us in a position where we're still the seventh seed right now. We could have had a chance to, move up in the standings, which, like I keep telling y'all, show after show, it's not really about us moving up the, standings, with this, situation because everybody's bunched in with one another, right? Everybody's bunched into with one another right now in the West between seeds 4 to 11. From like a game or two out, you can easily fall down if you lose 2 games. You can fall down like 2-3 spots. So I don't really look at it like, well, the Clippers got to win all these games to for us to even have a chance. Like, nah, we all there. Everybody's still there. It's just the fact that who's gonna create any type of separation? Who's gonna go on a winning streak, right? And I'm gonna kind of tell y'all why it kind of falls into our favor to go on a little bit of a winning streak. But I'm gonna get to that point. I want to talk about last night's game in general. So let's get into the numbers like we always do first. We're gonna talk about the foundation. Look at the numbers right here. Field goal percentage shooting 41-44 for the Timberwolves. They win that battle. For the 3-point shooting, 34-41 goes to the Timberwolves. Free throws disparity is 80% to 58%, which we won, and we had 25 free throws to their 17 free throws. So look at the 3-point shooting, look at the field goal shooting, look at the free throw shooting. I see literally both teams were having a hard time scoring the ball until the fourth quarter where a certain somebody came alive. But it was more about when these buckets were scored instead of like looking at the raw numbers of what their percentages were. You look at the rebounding, 55-49 goes to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Assists 24-23 goes to the Timberwolves. Steals 96 goes to the Clippers. 10-5 blocks go to the Clippers. Turnovers go to us. We have 13 to their 15. Largest lead was 19 to their 10. All right. I'm going to talk about that blown lead as well, what I thought about that as well. But just looking at the numbers in general, man, like, it was a game where we had, of course, control in that first half, going up 19 points, and then we just, end up losing that lead in the second quarter, where I think they was able to tie it. So, basketball's a game of runs, in this NBA right now, man, you're going to go have times where, a lot of times where 19-point lead isn't really nothing. Before back in like the earlier, like the 2000s and stuff, that used to be like a nice little cushion lead. But 19 points nowadays ain't really super scary. Like probably 3-4 straight possessions, you already got it back down to like single digits. And if you get 3 possessions, 3-4 possessions in a row, and the other team doesn't score, you're pretty much back into the game. And if you're at home, that even means you're more back into the game. But let's get into the next category. Let's talk about the box scores. Let's get into the box score for us. So last night, Kawhi, Visca Zubac, James Harden, Norman Powell, Chris Dunn all started last night. So if we look at everything in a nutshell, this starting lineup, obviously, we're going to talk about what I think about it, and what's kind of the most eye-glaring thing out of the starting lineup. But look at the lineup. 3 of the guys were in double figures. You had Visca Zubac, James Harden, Norman Powell, right? All with 17, 22, and 25 points. Visca Zubac, 7 for 11 for the field, 16 rebounds, 17 points. All in all, was a great, asset. 6 blocks as well. I thought he was more so the better player on the court out of anybody. Like again, Visca Zubac. I'm gonna talk about what happened with when we stopped giving him the basketball. Visca Zubac pretty much held his own against Rudy Gobert last night to the point where Rudy Gobert got so frustrated he threw an elbow in the fourth quarter at Visca Zubac, which should have been a flagrant, but they didn't call it. But you just could see Visca Zubac's confidence growing more and more. So I'm more so looking at like, okay, how does he look? As the season continuously goes on, I think he feel like he can compete with anybody. The Jokic's, the Domantas Sabonis. You got Rudy Gobert, of course. I need to see him against some of the other centers like Karl Anthony Towns and who else? We already seen him against DeAndre Ayton a few times, but all in all, Visca Zubac surely putting himself in that ranking as one of the top 5 centers in the league from the numbers and from the impact and his durability, his importance to the Clippers. Him being able to rebound the ball, protect the rim, score the ball, that good stuff, man. He pretty much does a little bit of everything as a big man. Now he's a traditional big man, so it's not as sexy, but his impact is all there, right? As y'all come in, make sure y'all smash that like button. Hit that like button, y'all come up in here. Salute. With eloquence is key was good. Jules said if Van misses one of those threes, we would have won, but made 2 contested 3-point shots. It could have gone either way. We're gonna talk about that as well. We're gonna talk about everything. But you got Zubac, what he did. Obviously, Chris Dunn had a off offensive game. But if you look at his minutes, he had 21 minutes. We're going to talk about that as well. And I think I know why he only got 21 minutes. This is something where it can be a hit or miss. Chris Dunn's 3-point shooting obviously wasn't there. There was, a few shots that were wide open that James Harden fed him. He just missed the 3-point shot. And that's going to be a little bit of a, sometimes it might be something where it'd be positive, and there'd be games where it's going to be negative. And when it's negative, it's pretty bad where Chris Dunn has 21 minutes. So obviously, from what I seen last night, the Clippers looking to try to find any type of offense. Like I said, it was a low-scoring game, and I think even with the closing lineup, that's exactly what Ty Lue's mindset was. I need to find some offensive guys who could, who can hit shots. So Chris Dunn had an off game. You had Kawhi Leonard only played 21 minutes, 3 for 11 from the field, 2 for 5 from 3-point line at 8 points. It's going to take Kawhi Leonard some time to even get back into rhythm. This is what we were talking about before. Like he has to basically, play his way up into game shape. And they're going to do it slowly. He already mentioned it the last game against the Hawks. He said they're on the timetable. They're not nobody else's timetable. And it's about really just finding, the time where he's going to be actually be impacted into the game. They're not in a rush right now. We're not even halfway through the season. So they're pretty much taking things, very, very precautionary, like really with his minutes and how much time he's playing. So I have no issue with what they're doing with Kawhi. I'm just happy to see him out there playing. Now I do say this: when in the third quarter, when he was, pretty much out for the entirety of the game, and I think the Timberwolves were up by like 6 points, 56-62. I was like, all right, well, that's going to tell me like the Timberwolves are starting to gain confidence, because even though Kawhi is not even nowhere near 100%, just his presence alone on the court brings a calmness to the entirety of the team. So once Minnesota sees that calmness leave them, they get more and more confident. You see Anthony Edwards start talking more. You see Dante Vincenzo hitting those threes. Julius Randle seems to get leaving a little bit more aggressive, right? Mike Conley settling into, him being a floor general that much more. So the entirety of the team on Minnesota sees that Kawhi Leonard is the calmness, and once he leaves the game, that's what they start to get a little bit more comfortable, right? So Kawhi obviously didn't play up in 21 minutes. We perfectly understand that. You got the guys who played the most with James Harden and Norman Powell, 37, 38 minutes. They both had the leading scorer for both of the team. Harden went 8 for 22 from the field, 3 for 11 from the 3 for 5 from 3-point line, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 turnovers, 22 points. And Harden had a couple big threes to kind of close the gap into the game. In that second half. I think it was like the tail end of that third quarter. I think, or no, it was in the fourth. I think where they were up by I think like 8, and I think Harden hit like 2 threes, and he brought the lead closer back to back for the Clippers to get back into the game. So I like what I saw there. Of course, the field goal percentage I do not love. The whatchamacallit, the shot selection. I'm not a big fan of him shooting more shots than the Visca Zubac. I'm not a big fan of him shooting more shots than Norman Powell. I'm not a big fan of. Right? I'm not a big fan of that. But I understood the mindset he had was that nobody else was, putting the ball in the basket at will when Zubac wasn't in the game, or him and Norman Powell felt that they needed to shoot the ball more. He was trying to find something. Now, this is what I'll say. This is why I tell y'all that the scheming plan should go through Zubac, let him touch the ball, feel the ball, and go at Rudy Gobert, and then work inside out, not outside in. Because what I saw was the Clippers, when they got that lead, they started letting the guards being more, jump shot happy. James Harden, Norman Powell. Who else he was even shooting? Let me go back into this. Who else am I looking at? Hell, even Kawhi, but Kawhi, he's gonna get his shots, whatever. But I think they should have kept feeding Zubac a little bit more. But all in all, man, good assist to turnover ratio 8-4 for James Harden. It's just the 3-point shots. I mean, again, even with Anthony Edwards, James Harden just when he wants to go 1-on-1 and wants to try to dominate or try to go mano-a-mano, that's when he starts to becoming more out of the system of the game. So he just got to understand, like, he cannot take over games offensively scoring like he once did. And I didn't see no double teams. I saw Anthony Edwards guard him straight up. I saw Dante Vincenzo guard him straight up. Right? I saw one-on-ones. I didn't see no double teams. I didn't see no triple teams. I didn't see none of that happening. Right? Norman Powell, 7 for 17 from the field, 25 points last night, 6 rebounds, 1 steal, 3 turnovers. Right? 2 for 5 from the 3, 7 for 17 from the line or from the field. I just thought Norman Powell, bro, like, had a mediocre game, had an average game. The only thing I could say is that I thought when Anthony Edwards started getting his, getting into his flow, I think Norman Powell to be more, responsible on the defensive end, right? Especially when they chose to, put KPJ in and James Harden and Norman Powell. That 3-guard lineup that Ty Lue has, bro, that towards the end of the game, I'm not so sure what that was about. 3 offensive guards. KPJ is somewhat of an okay defender. You're not stopping Anthony Edwards. So who is guarding Anthony Edwards? Who's gonna, guard him? And then you got McDaniels, Anthony Edwards, DiVincenzo, Mike Conley, and you had Julius Randle that was, he got out in the fourth quarter. But I felt Minnesota had more size. So you got this 3-guard small lineup, everybody under 6'5" for the Clippers. I thought that was kind of a bad move. And if you're gonna do that, you should probably put a guy like Terrence Mann or Chris Dunn in, who are more defensive, minded. So to try to put another body at Anthony Edwards, because these guys weren't getting it done. Also, Amir Coffey. I thought Amir Coffey did a great job on Naz Reid and Julius Randle. Had a monster dunk going baseline. Yes, he didn't shoot the 3-point. He didn't shoot the field goal like super efficient like he's been doing. But if you look at his, for his totals throughout the season, he's shooting 48% from the field right now. He's averaging 10 points per game. But Amir is one of the type of players that his production ain't gonna be shown solely into the stat sheet. You gotta look at what he's doing in the game with your eyes. There was a play where he got like an offensive, 2 offensive rebounds, and he got the, the opportunity to go to the line and got made 2 free throws. This is down the stretch of the game. He makes winning plays. He makes the extra pass. He attacks, closeouts. He goes to the basket. He's athletic. He can shoot the 3. Like, he's a glue guy. This guy, like I've told y'all, I'm going to keep telling y'all, should not get less than 25, 30 minutes a game. I'm dead serious. If you can give Kevin Porter Jr., minutes, you can find minutes for, Amir Coffee. There's no reason he should be getting 20 minutes. With Kawhi Leonard getting minutes restrictions, he can play between positions 2 through 3. 2, 3, and even some 4. Right? So I thought either if you're gonna go with that, if you're gonna go with the line, I thought KPJ and Harden cannot be on the court at the same time, bro. They just can't. Yes, from the stats, the 6 rebounds, the 7 assists, the 19 minutes, right? The 7 points. It's like, okay, well, he's scoring the ball, he's assisting the ball, he's even rebounding the ball. But when you put that with James Harden and Norman Powell, that's too small of a backcourt. So now who's going to be responsible to guard Anthony Edwards? Kevin Porter Jr. is not going to be able to handle that. KPJ can't handle that. Norman Powell, in certain instances, may give him somewhat of a resistance, but he's going to need help. James Harden sure as hell can't handle that. Now I'm not gonna get too hard on KPJ as much as I know a lot of people are. Please look at the comment section. He said KPJ had 2 costly plays when he shot a 3, but when what was blocked and turnover, dude always gonna make 1 or 2. No, yeah, that's what I kind of see. But I'm looking at, that's why I say like he shouldn't have even really played him down the stretch. I'm not saying KPJ doesn't have value, but he can't play down the stretch of games. But we've seen it over and over. Even the last time they faced in Minnesota, where he sprained his ankle and down the stretch of the fourth quarter, where he was on the baseline, he tried to do a move and he actually ended up turning his ankle and turning the ball over. I know exactly the play you're talking about where he tried to throw the ball in the corner last night and they ended up getting intercepted by McDaniels. I know exactly the play you're talking about, but that's why I said that's Ty Lue. He needs to manage these guys when they should be on the court. I think Amir Coffey should have been on the court, or Terrence Mann, but Terrence Mann is actually coming back with minutes restrictions. So you give him 9 minutes, okay, cool, put Amir Coffey in. So he can, at least show some resistance at that 3 position against Jaden McDaniels, who hit a big 3 in the corner. Right? Also, Kevin Porter Jr. is not really much of a 3-point sniper. He hit 2 threes last night, but I will live with that over Amir Coffey. Smash the like button, y'all coming here. The only one both said, yo, I was working and I couldn't watch the game. I hate we lost and it's so close to. Yeah, it was a good game, bro. But at the end of the day, letting that 19-point lead drop the way and how fast it did is kind of what, the issue was. But like I said, I think the Clippers down last night were looking to try to find people to score the ball. That's what I truly think was the problem. I think if you had more people that was trying to score the basketball, I think that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to find somebody to put the ball in the basket, but at the same time, you can't do that by going so small during the stretch of the game. I don't think Ty Lue should have put Norman Powell, James Harden, and Kevin Porter Jr. at the same time. I just don't think that's a good lineup, good backcourt, especially against Anthony Edwards. Now, Ant-Man hit 2 big threes last night. Actually, 3. Because if you count the one towards the end of the fourth quarter, the end of the game, he hit that 3, and then he hit 2 back-to-back threes to seal the game. Right? So he had 37 last night, 6 for 13 from the 3, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 turnovers. So we know Anthony Edwards is a star player. He's a star guard in the league. He's gonna make great plays. He averaged 25 points right now, 5.7 rebounds, 4.1 from the assists, and 44% from the field. Right? We know Anthony Edwards is going to, make spectacular plays. Hell, even the shots he made, like he made a 3-pointer over Derrick Jones Jr. and a 3-pointer over Kevin Porter Jr. with James Harden trying to creep over to try to, help. I mean, those are just good. Those are just, great shots. You can't really play better defense than what they play. Hell, even the shot Jaden McDaniels hitting that corner over, I think KPJ was a tough shot. So those are just good shots. And that's another thing about Minnesota. They shoot a lot of threes. They shoot a lot of threes. So that's how, they kind of, got back into the game. You either live by the three, you die by the three. DiVincenzo hitting, big threes, big shots. Mike Conley hitting shots to kind of close the lead that the Clippers had. Transition buckets. Momentum was changed. Like I said, when Kawhi left and they knew he wasn't coming back and they were up by, I think, 6, they automatically stretched the lead to 10 points on a, they go on a run. But Anthony Edwards just, it's a star shot. You tip your hat. But the game could have been managed better with rotational pieces. But there are some alarming things that we're starting to see. First off, I'm hearing a lot about, as y'all come here, smash this like button. I'm hearing a lot about our roster and how people talk about our roster isn't, good enough, or our roster, we need to make trades. And all I keep hearing when I keep seeing the word trade is like, let's address something here, because I was told that this roster had the best defense. We're a top 5 rated defense, which we are. That this roster was good enough to compete with Kawhi Leonard back on the court. Myself has even said, if we have Kawhi Leonard back on the court, we have a chance against anybody. But that's banking on how good Kawhi Leonard is going to be. That's not banking on our roster being with Kawhi, which I'm starting to see. I ask people this question: How great does Kawhi have to be for us to even get to the finals and win a championship? Because I want Bruce at this point. He said he's right. We don't know what Kawhi is going to be when he gets 100. We don't know what his percentages is. We don't know how he's going to play. We hope he's going to be able to prevail and stay healthy. But based off of how Kawhi's been talking, he's basically saying to himself, it's out of his control and he can only just play. And everything works out. I hope he gets back to his, style he was playing last year, and he finishes. That Kawhi Leonard, yes, we can get to the finals. Because like I said, in the West, I don't really see nobody scary. I don't see OKC scary. I don't think Dallas is scary. Denver is scary. Phoenix, Houston. Who else am I thinking of? San Antonio. I don't really think nobody's serious. Sacramento. I don't think none of these guys is like, they're like over the hills. Golden State. But back to what my point was, a lot of people looked at this roster and said we just got to basically have, Kawhi on the court and we'll be fine. I don't think that's the case for a couple of reasons. Number one, we have a lot of the same type of players. Chris Dunn, I've made this point last year. I said at the beginning of the year, I said, why are we signing Chris Dunn when we got Terrence Mann on the court? Why are we signing Derrick Jones Jr. when we have Nicholas Batum and Amir Coffey? You know what I'm saying? A regular defensive guy who really got his name off of a player who's no longer here. We picking up Nicholas Batum, who's an older version of Nicholas Batum. He's not the same Nicholas Batum we had in 2021. He's 3-4 years older. He's 36 years old, which is not ancient, but it's still like in basketball years, that's you're pretty seasoned. His best basketball is behind him. but he can't be the starter. And now that you done added all these different pieces that are kind of like experimental, the KPJs and Derek Jones Jr. coming off the bench now. Now people want him to start when previously they thought Chris Dunn should start, and now they want Chris Dunn to the bench because he wasn't big enough yesterday. So I see a lot of back and forth at the end of the day. I don't really see a true I think I don't really see a true a plan. Kyle Jones, everybody want to play Kyle Jones now. Well, Kyle Jones is the same person people thought it was too raw. He wasn't, coordinated enough. He's just a guy that runs up and down the floor, but he doesn't bring, he's not a person that, is ready right now. That's why I was hearing when we started playing, okay, well, we got Mo Bamba. Well, Mo Bamba should get more minutes. Well, Mo Bamba is somebody that, defensively started off okay his first game. But as the season went on, you guys can see the defensive matchups that he's not able to prevail in. He's out to me. Ultimately, he's too much of a 3-point shooter. He doesn't like to attack. He plays very finesse. He doesn't like to really rebound the ball. So how serviceable? Because see, if you're talking about this being a backup 4 points, 3.8, 0 point, that's not really good backup numbers. And I'm not just saying that just off a statistic, but as you watch the games, you can tell Mo Bamba's not really. He's not really somebody that you can say he's proven to be even a backup, serviceable backup. Okay, you don't want to. You can't use him. You can't use Bones Highland. People want to play Bones all of a sudden. Well, they pretty much put Bones in the doghouse. They've already put Kevin Porter Jr. as a backup point guard. So Bones is in the Bonehouse right again in the doghouse. Even though he's averaging 7 points, 1 rebound, 1.2 assists, 37. Like there's games he'll play it and he'll actually show that he's very vital. But how many times can you keep doing the same thing over and over, playing the same rotations over and over for a guy who's been there for 2 going on 3 seasons before you actually just go and just let him, send him off? Terrence Mann went through it. Robert Covington went through it, getting DMPs. So the reason I bring all this stuff up is because, look, you can make as many trades as you want, but if the coach doesn't really have that, if the coach doesn't really, he has a certain game plan, a certain scheme, a certain system where he's about offensive guards who like to put the ball in the basket, who are, point guards like Kevin Porter Jr. and James Harden. The reason why Kevin Porter Jr. is playing the minutes he's playing, you want to know why Kevin Porter Jr. is getting the freedom to kind of shoot what he wants to shoot and turn the ball over and still be a part of the game, because he basically mirrors what Ty Lue is, an offensive minded coach. Kevin Porter Jr. is an offensive minded player who's a good defender with good length, effort, but mainly he's known for his offense. When he got here, people talk about how he scored 19 points on Houston. But now you're seeing, when you're on a team that's actually expected to do something and be competitive, not a team that was the bottom team in the Western Conference, it's not the same. You can score 19 points on Houston, but were you guys playing winning basketball? Kevin Porter Jr. is a pickup type of player. He's a pickup type of player. He's not a guy that you look at and can play in the real system. He has to pretty much have no limitations on his game. He can't have no strings. You can't say KPJ could, run this offense, like that's not who he is. You gotta tell KPJ just to let him, be him. The problem is that's not going to help you win. So that's the reason why when I hear trade, I'm like, what's the point of the trade if this guy, is not going to really utilize him? Terrence Mann playing 9 minutes yesterday. I understand he's still on minutes restriction, but still, we've seen Terrence Mann's minutes be flirted without minutes restriction. I understand he started the year off very slow, but Terrence Mann has already proved himself to be a vital piece on this team. The problem with Terrence Mann is that he don't know his role, and that's very scary. A guy that you keep on the team don't know his role. Offensively, he's not the most polished player. I get that. He's not the most, you know, he doesn't, he tends to, shy away from shooting. He's not as confident in his 3-point shot. He plays the game more into, spurts offensively, but defensively, he's pretty consistent on what he does. So at the end of the day, I just feel like this. The rotations, yes, can be better, but I think Ty Lue, his mindset, if this is the coach we're going with, it's going to be a lot of the same thing. We signed too many of the same players. There are not, there's, they and we're too, we got a lot of players can do something, good, but nothing elite. Outside of Kawhi and Harden, who's, Kawhi's all world, and Harden's, an elite playmaker who's a diminished scorer. We got a bunch of guys who are just good at, one thing, but not elite. And when you put that up against elite talent and elite players and elite guys who are really, accomplished and, really like that Anthony Edwards, and you got nobody for him, that's what really what happened the way it happened last night. Yes, those were tough shots Anthony Edwards hit, but shit, he hit them shots. The way he took the shots were so confident. He took them so confident, though. He wasn't pressing. He wasn't really worried about our defense like that. You didn't have Chris Dunn in there. You didn't have Terrence Mann, would probably give us our best chance. You had Norman Powell, James Harden, and KPJ having to deal with it. A little bit of Derrick Jones Jr., which he's a good defender, but against the faster, small miniature guards like Anthony, there's a reason why nobody was able to really, give him any resistance yesterday. Hit the like button. We do need a backup center. I don't like Bombo or Kai and Batum playing center. We need, like I said, that's the thing. We don't really have nothing to really go off of with that. We can't really say we need a backup. I'm hearing a backup center. We need a backup power forward. We need another better point guard. We need a lot of shit but my thing is that all this stuff we needed really only people say it now instead of when we had at the beginning of the season. We don't have, for us to move all these pieces and then still not playing. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of a nugget, and then I'm gonna let y'all in. Bro, y'all know how many times we asked for a backup? We need a real point guard. We went from, we had, when Kawhi and PG first got here, we said we need a point guard to, set up the offense. All right, so you bring in Rajon Rondo the next year. He wins a championship in the bubble. He brings Rajon Rondo. Okay, Rajon Rondo's gonna be great for us. Rajon Rondo throughout the season was more so a backup point guard behind Reggie Jackson, behind Patrick Beverley. He was a backup point guard. Ty Lue wasn't, which is funny to me because I know Ty Lue actually has a close relationship with Rondo, but for the most part, he wasn't really even using him as a starting point guard like he was with the Lakers. And then you go from the Lakers to the Clippers. You go from there. You got to get another point guard. You bring in John Wall. Obviously, John Wall is dealing with injuries, but for the most part, he's coming off the bench. Okay, you go from John Wall to Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook was getting playing time, and he was actually starting to establish himself. Right? Played good in the playoffs against the Suns in 2023. And you thought he was going to come back the next year as the main starting point guard, not coming in. Here's another thing people don't remember. Westbrook came in the middle of the season. He didn't get training camp. He didn't get a chance to really be with the Clippers in a long enough period of time to really get established. But he made the most out of it. And then he finally gets back into training camp the next following year, gets a chance to play, and then they trade for James Harden, which pretty much pushes Westbrook to the bench. So that's a player that you had. You said you had a point guard, and you let him. You pretty much brought another point guard in to basically oversee what the original guy you brought in was supposed to help you. So that's 4 point guards in 5 seasons you brought in, right? Now, not just that, but we made trades. We brought in Norman Powell. We brought in Robert Covington. Like, we brought in guys through trades. But if the coach ain't going to play him and he has a mindset of who he wants to put on the court, it's not going to matter who you bring in. The only one said we probably don't need Dunn besides a backup PG. We don't need, but we do need DJJ. And Nico's just nice to have, I guess. I don't know, and probably for shooting. See, that's the thing. We got so many players. We don't know. We have a lot of players. We're not, but Ty Lue don't know how to put them properly in their spots. Man, how many times have we been saying that about Ty Lue? He got so, like, we dealing with our star player who's been constantly in and out. And then we got, when he brings back his roster, he don't know how to he don't even know how to properly use, because he's getting all these players at one time. He's not even knowing where to properly, put them at. So then we got KPJ finishing out the game over, Chris Dunn last night. Chris Dunn has a bad shooting night like he did last night. He gets right to the bench. Well, that's the liability you have to go with. You got to pick a struggle. If you want to start Chris Dunn and you got him with James Harden and Norman Powell, instead of having Dunn come off the bench, you're going to have too much of a small lineup 1 through 3. You're going to have 3 guys under 6'5", that's small ball, and a Kawhi Leonard is still trying to get back into shape. Then, if you want to have Chris Dunn come off the bench, well, that means James Harden is going to have to carry all responsibilities pretty much offensively playing point guard, which that is something where he can possibly rack up more turnovers. And I'm naming this stuff to make a point. I just want you to stick with me. You're basically flirting around with a bunch of different lineups, trying to figure out what sticks. And what you're actually finding out is that there's going to be a hole somewhere no matter what. Somebody said it. We need to get another backup center because Mobama isn't going to work. Well, you signed Mobama as if he was going to be your backup center. You signed Kai Jones last year. So those things don't work. So now you're in a position where Kawhi is playing the 4, which a lot of Clipper fans don't want to see that happen. But it might be the only choice, because what are you going to move and what are you going to trade to actually get a serviceable backup power forward? You think the teams that you're trading for don't want to actually get nothing back in return that's good as well? And then you start hearing the whole thing with, well, would you trade Norman Powell for Jimmy Butler? I'm like, wait a minute. Why would I trade Norman Powell for anybody when he's been our best player? That just don't make any sense. But that's what happens when the house starting to, that's when you start seeing the house trying to, mess up and break apart over time. So that's what happens, man. Like, we got too many holes that I'm not so sure we can fill, because we got too many of the same players. We don't have a lot of two-way players, and we only have, to me, there's only really 2 good two elite good two-way players, and that's Kawhi and that's Amir Coffey. That's it. Everybody else is just basically one-way players, specialists, or if they're even got a little bit of two-way, it's below average. Like, I'm talking about, can you go on the other side and guard one of their best players and do it effectively? Monty said, BJ, come on, you my guy, but y'all season based on Kawhi, but y'all playing better than I thought. Russ could have helped last night, but y'all gave up on my guy. Yeah. I see, Monty, I had no issue with Russ. I feel Russ, unfortunately, once he got pushed to the bench, I took away from what he's doing good. Y'all see what he's doing in Denver right now. You can't use Russell Westbrook, one of the top greatest point guards of all time, as a specialist. You're taking away from what he does. Is he going to make mistakes and turnovers? Yeah, Harden makes turnovers. Every point guard turns the ball over. And he's not even turned the ball over. What's Russell Westbrook averaging? Let me 1 second. I don't want to get too much off track. I probably let y'all in after this. I just want to make a claim real quick about Russell Westbrook real quick, because the whole thing with Russ was that he missed layups and he turned the ball over too much. But I've never seen a player get so demonized for doing something else that everybody else in the league does. So let me pull this up real quick. Russ is right now averaging 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists, 45% from the field. How many minutes is he getting right now? He's getting 26 minutes a game. 26 minutes a game. He's averaging 2.7 turnovers a game. He's come off the bench, or he's been a starter, I think, about 12 times. I think that they're 9-3 with him as a starter. And they've beaten some good teams with him starting. But see, when you have a coach like Mike Malone, who actually comes out and actually allows him to go through his mistakes, make mistakes, and they have a system that actually makes. See, that's another thing too. When you have a system that's ran like a very a set system, and you have a Jokic on the court with you, then it kind of puts you in a better position to not play such erratic basketball. See, if you look at what Westbrook has been like the last few years, every team he's been on really don't have a system. OKC didn't really have a system. He was just a prime athletic player. Then you go from OKC, you go there to Houston. Houston was simply James Harden and Russell Westbrook is the offensive, guru. But at the end of the day, as we've seen before, Westbrook and Harden don't really work side by side when they have to dominate. They both need the ball. You go to Houston, you go to Washington. There's no system there. They were the bottom of the East. Washington was a laughingstock, and they haven't made the playoffs up since Westbrook been there. They haven't been back to the playoffs. They've been horrible. They've been the bottom of the East. You go to the Lakers, that's the LeBron system. You put him park him in the corner and make him a 3-point shooter. That doesn't benefit Westbrook. And then you bring him to the Clippers, where when he had the ball in his hands, he was mightily effective. Right? People was very, very high on Westbrook. As soon as he goes, to the bench, or he have him play off ball, he has to sacrifice his game. Then you say, okay, Westbrook can't do. Well, you playing him out of position. Now he's with Denver, and Jokic is actually allowing him to share some of the wealth, and they're actually becoming better together as a duo. Now you're hearing Denver Nuggets fans saying that he's outplaying Jamal Murray. So my point is, to Monty, I didn't give up on Westbrook. I didn't want him to go, but at the end of the day, I knew what was going to happen because James Harden and him just could not coexist. Salute, Clip Gang. What's good? Salute, pull up, fam. Last game looked just like a bit saying Ty's not a coach. All he knows is ISO, and ISO does not work. It don't work. Harden 8 for 22, too many threes. That small ball trap, terrible. 5-on-5 playground, and Kawhi not going to help that much because Kawhi not going to have to do everything. Yeah, that's the thing. Another thing, too. That's why my first question was, how great does Kawhi Leonard have to be? How great does this man have to be on the court? I don't know. How great does Kawhi have to be? And if I'm based off of this roster, bro, and us not having a really a true second option. I know Norman's been playing but in the playoffs, bro, like we ain't seen that. To have that, and then you got holes in certain areas. Really, the Clippers are they're still a small team. Like shit. Like if you think about it, they're still somewhat of a small team with, because I remember last year and probably years prior, we had a lot of wings. We had a lot of wings with, Rocco, Marcus Morris, uh, Amir Coffey. Of course, last year you had a lot of wing players, but I'm starting to think now, bro, we even smaller than what we were previous, bro. Like Derrick Jones Jr. is 6'6", Chris Dunn 6'3", James Harden 6'5", Kevin Porter Jr. 6'4", Norman Powell 6'4", Terrence Mann 6 foot. Like, where are the 6'8" and up? Where are those players at? Nico 6'8", Kawhi 6'7". So I'm not so sure Kawhi is going to be moved, and I'm not so. I don't really think that's the biggest issue. Kawhi playing the four. I just, I just really think that Kawhi is going to have to do more. Um, and I'm not so sure if that's a smart idea because we brought all this in, and I thought it was supposed to help take the load off Kawhi. So, yeah. What's good, Rob? What's good, brother?
What's up, BJ? Salute, man.
Salute, salute. What you got?
Man, bro, like Ty Lue, man, what a terrible job coaching. I've given him a lot of praise this season because he was doing a good job. But last night, man, come on, bro. Like, and honestly, BJ, I don't think we need to I think we good with the pieces we have, man. I think we good, bro. He just needs to put the right pieces together. You know what I'm saying, bro? Last night, T-Man, is he on minutes restrictions?
Yeah, I think he is. He just came back.
Because that was crazy. Is he not playing confidently? Honest, and this might sound like a unpopular opinion, but I think honestly, bro, with the way Chris Dunn is shooting, how it's inefficient right now, it's like I honestly, niggas is gonna hate me, but I would love to see T-Man back in the starting lineup, bro. And I know that sounds crazy, but honestly, man, give him another chance, bro. He deserve it. And so,
Yeah.
anyways, but the game, last night, was crazy. Kawhi, he's got to get more touches, man. When he's out there, if he's only going to be playing the first half, he needs to be getting more touches. Norman Powell should not have as many more touches than Kawhi Leonard when he's playing, bro. I love Norman Powell. I love how he's been playing. But this is what Mass was talking about, how the team is going to fit when Kawhi is back. How the team is going to play together, how everybody's going to fit together. This is what he was talking about. And so this, and we just, Tyler got to be better, man. He got to be better. There's a lot of other things I could talk about, like KPJ. He had a bad game, and you know what I'm saying. And so I think we good, man. I don't think we need a trade, BJ. I really don't, man. I think people say we might need a center, but fuck that. Why don't we play what we got?
I don't. Because Ty Lue, that's the thing. Because we don't the trades, man, don't really make any difference if Ty Lue is not going to play certain guys.
That's what I'm saying. So why? Like, if we get a trade, he probably not even gonna play the big. If we get another big. So, like, why? Well, we just keep what we got, use what we had, man. Like yesterday, Mo Bamba or Kai should have been out there, man. Playing that small ball. And the starting lineup, bro. DJ should have been in that starting lineup last night. I love Chris Dunn, but I think DJ's just a better shooter right now. And he's better for the starting lineup.
Yeah, I think he's better offensively for sure.
He's shooting better than Chris. Like last, did you see how good a defense he was playing on Anthony Edwards? DJ was doing his thing. Edwards gonna get his shit, but I just feel like he was putting up a better defensive stance than Chris Dunn was. He's a little bigger than Chris Dunn, and I just feel like it was a better matchup for us to have DJ in a starting lineup. But I think, I think that's on Ty Lue. He has to be smart. He has to see that, has to see, and but like I said, I think we don't need a trade. I think we good. I think Ty Lue just need to play his pieces, man. And maybe he's saving that for later. Maybe he's just doing all these funky different lineups just to see what he has, So I don't know. But that was a terrible game last night.
Yeah, I think we could have easily went up in the standings, bro. Like, I mean, well, not even went up in the standings because we have a pretty favorable stretch coming up. I don't think I mentioned this. We have a favorable stretch coming up where the games ain't too tough. Like the teams we playing up against ain't too tough, but I like to see us, really kind of take advantage of some of these, games.
Exactly. I think like I said, man, when Kawhi's out there, if he's only going to be playing the first half, he needs to get more touches. When he's out there, he shouldn't be the last one getting touches, man. I understand we were winning with a certain way we were playing before him, but I mean, when he's out there, we got to get him them touches, bro.
Just you guys said, I think we good as we are, but we have to start DJJ and play T-Man more than KPJ.
Back.
Yeah, that's the thing. KPJ is another guy. He loves KPJ. He loves Harden. They're gonna get their minutes. See, this smells a lot like Reggie Jackson. Like Reggie would be playing all these minutes, and it would take either the front office or somebody to come in and actually, make Ty Lue to play, Terrence Mann for them to change it. Clip Gang said Ty looks only good against 500 teams.
Yeah, that might be true.
He's saying he looked good against teams he ain't got a coach.
Oh man, you know who else would be saying that is your man JM, man. He'd be telling you Ty Lue sabotaging us.
That is JM.
he might be on to something.
That's JM right there. This is JM. He just got he got two different accounts. That's JM.
Oh, bet. Oh, man.
Listen to this. Look at this schedule right here. So you got Denver, you got Charlotte, Miami, Brooklyn, Portland. Those 5 games, you got three out of 5 of those teams that's under 500. And then you go into the Lakers, the Bulls, Boston, Milwaukee, Phoenix. It's a little tough stretch there with Boston and Milwaukee. I think the Lakers are a little bit iffy, but we can still take them. And then you got the Spurs, Charlotte, Toronto, Lakers, Indiana. Again, all those teams outside of the Lakers are under 500. So I think we got more than enough.
Yeah, we could definitely go on a run. We just, like I said, Tyronn Lue just got to make the right choices, man. Please, honestly, shit. Let Jeff Van Gundy handle that thing, man. Shit.
Let Jeff Van Gundy handle it.
Yeah, man. Shit. Let Ty Lue just need to sit back, man. Let that man do his thing, man. Honestly, man. But like you said, we can definitely go on a run, man. We can do something. We can get something going. I think a little adversity is good for us, man. Like we already knew this was gonna happen, We knew it was gonna happen once Kawhi come back. It wasn't gonna be all, is perfect like against the Hawks, So we just gotta just keep going, man. Keep going. Just learn from each game. But I don't know, man. I don't think we should trade though. I think we good, man.
How much do you think Kawhi percentage you think he needs to be for us to get back to where we need to be?
Ooh. I don't think we need him like crazy. Like we don't need him to be, like how he used to be. I think at least Man, if we can get at least 75, 80%, bro, come on, bro. I feel like that'd be cool enough, man. We don't need him like 99%, bro. We just need him to be there. We just need him
75,
here.
75, 80.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, we just need him here because I think even just him here, like it gets the aura of the team. Like everybody want to play better and stuff with them there. It gives the morale of the team. Like it just makes us feel better when he's out there. What do you think, though, BJ? What you think on that, man? Do you think
I ain't
we
gonna
need
lie.
to be that? Like, well, what you think?
I think he needs to be 85, 90.
Ooh.
I think I ain't gonna lie. In the playoffs, I think he needs to be 85, 90. Because the league has gotten better and gotten younger. And players are starting to, because it's different. Like I said, Kawhi 4 years ago, people ain't seen that Kawhi since then.
Yeah.
So it's like a lot's done changed in 4 years. So since a lot done changed and teams have gotten better and younger, I gotta up my game a little even more. And the team isn't as quote unquote talented. It's a lot. I think he needs to be over 80% for sure. But I think it might take a little even more.
But I feel like with the way Zoo's been playing, bro, like if he really want to be the man that everybody say he is, he got to step up. You know what I'm saying? We got Harden, we got you got Norm Powell playing. They just got to play up to their strengths. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying we don't really need him like that. If everybody play how they supposed to play, we don't need Kawhi to be going crazy like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Norm needs to stop trying to dribble and drive, man. He's not a good ball handler. He needs to stay and be more of a catch and shoot type player. And like I said, need to start giving the ball to Kawhi more in the post. So he's not running around, all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Have everybody play their parts, man. If everybody play their part, Kawhi don't need to go off like that.
Yeah.
And Amir Coffee, man, he had a terrible game too, man. We have pieces, man. These dudes can play, man. Amir Coffee out there shooting crazy. Like I said, man, just needs to start just be more efficient. Telling you, we got dudes out here, BJ. We're deep as shit, man.
Nah, I feel you, dog. That's how I feel. I think we got guys that can play, but it's not gonna go anywhere if this guy Ty Lue don't play him.
It's crazy. It's like he played the perfect game against the Hawks, but then we come out against Timberwolves and just play like dog shit. I mean, we didn't even play like dog shit. The first half we played really good, but again, it's like in the league today, a 19-point league isn't gonna save you, man. You got to keep playing. Once you get up 19 points, you got to keep playing. You can't take your foot off the gas. Because the way teams are shooting the three ball, man, is crazy. A 19-point lead ain't safe anymore. Back in the day, you could be up 19 points and be like all nonchalant and cool and shit. But now the 19-point lead, you can't take your foot off the gas.
Nah,
and that's the crazy thing. Is Clippers always be front running, bro. Why we always front run like that? That shit be crazy to me. We play so good, and then we let our foot off the gas and just play stupid as shit, and we always front run.
Well, bro, that's the thing. When we don't have the offense, you ain't got the offense. It's tough. Like you ain't got the offense. It's really tough.
Shit, crazy, man. Fucking, you had James Harden. He had two offensive fouls. Or was it 3 offensive? I can't even remember. It was either 3 or 2 offensive fouls, which you probably could have argued was against it, but it's like the timing of these turnovers.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think too, and I think Ty Lue puts too much on Harden's plate too, man. He tries to make, and sometimes you gotta like take the reins back a little bit sometimes on Harden, man.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a while, but
I
it's
mean, you've been
not
preaching
gonna
that for a
happen.
long time, man.
Ty Lue, I don't know if he says it to him like behind closed doors, or he just allows him just to do what he wants to do. I'm gonna go with the second one. He allows him to do what he wants to do to help him kind of get like, cause he don't have an offensive system, bro. So he just tells Harden just to run the offense, and I'm like, bro, that's not coaching.
Just ISO, ISO, ISO.
That's what JM been saying. They say JM's been the main guy saying it's not the players. You switch all the players out, we got the same problem. It's literally ISO. That's the thing. It's ISO system, and you got James Harden, who is a ISO player. It's going to be the same issue.
Facts.
I don't know where JM went. I think he said he had to bounce. I want to see what he had to
Another
say.
thing is too, if you it's funny, I know Mike Conley, I don't know what is his record against the Clippers, bro. I just have to but I want to know, but because Mike Conley I don't know what it is when he see us, he be playing, I don't know, man. He
Let
always
me
wins the
see.
games against us, man.
Let me see what his record is.
Mike
Yeah,
Conley, am I tripping, BJ?
nah, he's been good against us like lately, bro. Especially with the T Wolves. Ever since he got to the T Wolves, especially, he's been like. Let me see.
Oh god, yeah. It's like this nigga Mike Conley see the Clippers and he just like he turned green light.
Let me see. Let me see.
And BJ, if you've been a Clipper fan for a long time, you would know Mike Conley is a big, even back in
Oh,
the Grizzly
you
days.
talking about like recently, like, or you talking about like years past?
I'm talking about just recently. I'm pretty sure he's been whooping. He's beating us. But if you're talking about like years past, he's been a Clipper like killer. Even
Yeah,
back in the
yeah.
Grizzly days, man. I don't know what he is. He I don't know. He don't like us or what? Did we not draft that man or what?
It could be. It might be. You know how that go. When they don't draft them, they act like they try to, kill you. That's how it goes. This is contract, right? Or this is his game log.
Oh man,
I know he been winning against us ever since they lost again in the playoffs, but I mean, yeah,
man, look at that! Look at that! It's like he always hits the timely threes. He always makes the right plays. Like man,
yeah, yeah. Mike Conley's a good player.
oh for sure. And you know who else, man? I know I think we said it last time when we played the Timberwolves, but that man Steven Chinzo, man, that white boy can play, man.
I'm telling you, bro.
That
That
white
was
boy can play.
the Timberwolves, bro. You will say it was because of Cat left. Cat, bro, wasn't Cat left because they were. I'm gonna give you some. Last year when Cat was out with that injury, I don't know if you remember, the T Wolves were still winning games without Cat. It wasn't Cat. The reason why they fell really was because of Kyle Anderson. They're missing their glue guy. I'm not saying Cat's wasn't vital, but Cat's been there. He was there for 9 years. Never got him to the playoffs until Anthony Edwards came. Like, and Cat's balling in New York. He's balling, but the Timberwolves did not. They didn't lose their momentum because Cat. That's because Kyle Anderson, their glue guy, that's who left the team. I think that's why they've been struggling. But DiVincenzo is a player that can help them out, and I just think with them, um, if he's hitting shots and he gets his offense going, yeah, he can be very vital.
Damn, man, I really just wanted that game against the Wolves, man. Uh, it's all good though. Like you said, just keep going. We look on to the next game, which is what Denver.
Yeah, tomorrow.
All right, bet Denver. Okay, you have to see who playing. It is Jokic playing? They all
Yeah,
good.
I think he is. I don't know why he'll be out. Let me see.
Mm.
Let me see we'll see if he playing tomorrow.
You got to worry about Westbrook. You know he gonna want to play. He gonna love playing us.
Let me
Mm-hmm.
see. Westbrook, for whatever reason, though, he ain't been playing well against us as far as scoring. Of being probably the last game. The last game was his only game he played good against us, but the first two meetings he didn't play well against us.
Mm.
See, it's so nope. I don't see nobody. I don't see a injury report. I don't see nobody
Oh,
for the
bet,
Nuggets.
bet, bet. It's gonna be a good game then.
Oh, Aaron Gordon's out though.
Okay. Oh, okay. That could be in our favor.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon's out.
I think as long as we don't let Porter go off, it'll usually be fine. We just get. I think we're fine if you let Jokic go off by himself, but you can't let the whole team go.
Nah, hell no.
Mm-mm.
Hell no. 'Cause once you do that, like that's what helps them get their momentum.
Hey, but say if a scenario did come for a trade proposal, BJ, who do you think we should go after, or who's
Wait,
even
say it
out there?
again.
Like, who do you think we should go after for a trade if the Clippers should go for a trade? Do you think if there's anybody out there that we could get possibly that can make us even a little bit better?
Mm, let me think about that question, and I'm gonna let Monty go. I'm gonna think
Oh,
about
yep,
that
yep, yep,
question, bro.
yep.
What's good, Monty?
Yo, 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 you can hear me? What's up, BJ?
What's up, bro? How you doing, bro? Been a
I'm
minute.
good. I'm good. It's been a minute. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel, man. I just want to
Yo.
come up here and say, I kind of been watching you guys since I let my boy Russ go. Y'all been playing way better than what I thought. You know the Clippers going to play. I just think overall the problem is the front office, man. They waste a lot of time. If you look at all the Clipper teams the past years, even when Chris Paul, Jamal Crawford, Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, there's a lot of talent that's been wasted. Like you said, y'all had John Wall. I thought John Wall could still play for y'all right now. You feel what I'm saying? So I just feel like the Clippers organization just wastes a lot of talent, and I think it's time for Tyronn Lue to go. It's time for him to go. He don't know how to use, his lineup. Kawhi Leonard shouldn't be playing the four, BJ. I'm not gonna lie, y'all not gonna win that way. Like Kawhi has to go to the three. He's been injury prone. He's been hurt. So why do you want him to play against a four? You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's just a good matchup for Kawhi. Even though he could defend, he got good size, and things like that. But you got to make the game a little easier for him. Like you said, y'all too small. Y'all way too small. Y'all is way too small. Y'all need another big. But I think Amir Coffee should be getting more minutes than Kevin Porter, even though I think Kevin Porter's he's offensively gifted, you know what I'm saying? But I just think Amir Coffee turns, man, they should be getting them minutes. But I don't know, BJ, what y'all gonna do, man. I'm just glad, Russ ain't a part of this. This I don't know what's going on with the Clippers now right now, man. It's all based on Kawhi. It's always been based on Kawhi. Y'all go as far as he go. Kawhi's gonna have to do a lot if you think, y'all going on a playoff run, the finals or whatever. Kawhi has to do a lot. James Harden too. Yeah, they wanted to give up Russ for James Harden. Now you got him. You know what I'm saying? He was what for 8 for 22. I don't know, but it's just I don't know what y'all gonna do, man. It's the front office. I blame Lawrence Frank, Tyronn Lue, and those guys, man. That's where I blame. But y'all having a good season. I think y'all still gonna make it to the playoffs, play in, or y'all might be a top 6 seed.
Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 4 to 6. I think it's gonna be a 4 to 6 seed. Uh, but yeah, Monty said it. He said it's all on Kawhi, bro. Like it's always been on Kawhi. That's the main thing, and we go as far as he go.
Yeah, I mean, y'all go as far as he go, and my thing is right. He's been kind of hurt for the past year and a half, 2 years. Last year, he played a good season, but he was hurt in the playoffs. But it's just like if he's going to continue to be hurt, what is the organization? Even though he got paid, like are they looking at other options or anything like that? I'm sure other teams probably don't want him because he's gonna be hurt, but if y'all gonna get the 8 points from Kawhi like he did last night, and it's gonna be the same cycle, why keep building around him? That's just my thing.
And that's the the reason why they keep building around him, Monty, is because really they put so much into him. They're too scared. Steve Ballmer don't want to rebuild, but they're too scared to like let him walk because PG walked.
But if
Westbrook
you
came.
but my not to cut you off, BJ, but if you don't want to
Go ahead.
rebuild, right? Why the fuck? Why would you let Paul George go? Why? Like that to me that just wasn't that was
because they
just
thought
bad
Paul
business.
George was gonna stay. They didn't
Man,
think they didn't
that's what
think
they
Paul
thought.
George was. Yeah, they thought Paul George was gonna take what they gave him. I told people, bro, like stop thinking like that. Dude's just gonna sit up and just take that, man. Like, and he got a bigger deal somewhere else.
Right, right. I'm just saying, man. I just think they waste a lot of time, and I think they had it right there. They had a chance, to do the things that they wanted to do. I just think they fall short because of their own mistakes, and I don't think this team is, a championship contending team. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Kawhi could do his best, but he has to do a lot coming off an injury. He ain't played all year. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty tough, man.
Right. I'm gonna ask Rob, you still there, bro?
Yep, yep, yep.
So
Go
you
ahead.
asked you asked me what do you think the moves we should make?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, bro, it's hard for us to make any real moves without giving up something. So I see it's more so like it's desperation because
Mm.
Like what trade pieces can we really give up that people want? You're already lowering their trade value like Bones Highland when you don't play them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like
Yeah.
you lowering these guys' trade value that are actually solid, that can play. So you only players you can really take a look at is the ones that are playing. So who do we got? You got Norman Powell, you got
It's definitely probably gonna
KPJ,
be man. I feel like man is the only thing I can think of that would be a tradable piece.
and that would be dumb as hell if we got rid of him. You see
Right.
Mm-hmm.
what I'm
That
saying
see,
though?
and
Yeah.
that'd be another
I
bad
wouldn't do
decision.
that. Like you already know my take on that. Like I wouldn't, but I mean that's just that I would probably be our only thing, huh? Like the only person we could really
Bro,
trade.
bro, and that's the thing though. That's why I'm saying people are gonna see as the season goes on that we got too many of the same guys, not enough two-way players on this team. That if you take away offense, you still got defense on the court. We don't have the offensive talent. We got a bunch of guys who do things okay, but we have nobody really does anything elite outside
Mm.
of
Right,
Kawhi and Harden.
right. And I'm not gonna lie, when I seen, the guys that y'all signed, in the off season and things like that, I'm like, oh nah, yeah, like this team, they is just gonna be, a good in season team. It's gonna be a good team. But I think y'all do have a lot of I think y'all do have a lot of trade pieces y'all could trade. Chris Dunn, I don't even understand why he's there. Like, you understand, he's a good defensive player, but Chris Dunn, he got drafted years ago. He still hasn't done nothing. He just came out the G League. He was with the Utah last year. Like, I think he's very tradable. I think Derrick Jones is very tradable. I mean, it's a lot of pieces y'all can look at. Mo Bamba is very tradable. It's a lot of pieces that I think y'all could get something for those guys, man. I don't know. I think Amir Coffee, he stays. He helped Terrence Mann stays. Zubac stays. Like, I don't know. I think y'all might need to look at a James Harden trade. Fuck. I don't know.
Oh, but
Like, you
yeah,
know what I'm
well,
saying?
I didn't.
yeah. I'm not look. I've never been a fan of James Harden. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I understand what he's done, but his game is just not my cup of tea, bro. Like, yeah, I like him because he's on the Clippers, but honestly, if we can get him out gone, I'll be cool with that too.
I think
You know,
so. I just think he has to go. Like, I'm not gonna say necessarily he has to go because I think James Harden still can give some good basketball minutes. He can give some good basketball, but when Norman Powell's your best player, I just think, and James Harden is on the team. I just think, it's time to, go separate ways. Like, I don't know. Like, you feel me? Norman Powell's been the best player. Like, let's keep it 100. Like, Norman Powell has been the best player in the Clipper uniform this season. I think he deserves to be an All-Star. I honestly do. Like,
oh for
I don't
sure,
think the
no
Clippers
doubt.
is where they at without Norman Powell doing the things that he did this season. He did have a couple games where he didn't shoot too well and stuff like that, but that happens. Every dog has their day. But I do think it's a lot of pieces that y'all can go trade for. When I was on the Clippers bandwagon when Russ was there, like I said, we need to get some more bigs. Like, we need some wings and some bigs to compete with these teams, man. Like, especially these young teams and these teams that is big, Boston, and those teams like that. Like, and then
Yeah,
New York, they very good out east. Like, the East good out there too. But I think they need to, They need to get bigger,
And see,
man.
and that was the thing too, is that the lineup thing is I'm not a fan of right now with the Chris Dunn in the starting lineup because I feel like DJ should be the guy that's guarding the four and have Kawhi guard the three. Like I feel like that's how it should be. I
Yeah,
agree.
yes,
I
yes.
agree that Kawhi should not be guarding the four, bro. He
Yeah,
should be
he's
guarding the
Kawhi. He
three.
shouldn't be. Kawhi should not be playing a four at any time in this season, unless it's a necessary situation where he got to check like a
Switching, yeah.
Julius Randle or somebody like that in a pressure situation. But I don't think Kawhi at the stage of his career he cannot play the four. He cannot. We say that when they tried to do it last year with PG and at the three, and now why is Kawhi not at the three? PG is not there no more. Why is he not at the three? Like, come on. I mean, you gotta be smart.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like that. It's like he's in love with that small ball lineup, bro. Like I don't know why. I mean, I guess he did give him some success, but I don't know. Like you said, with all the teams being big, like I don't see what his point of the small ball lineup is.
They played my Nuggets, and you gonna have Kawhi match up against Aaron Gordon. Like that's not a good. I don't think that's a good. You gonna let him bang down there with Aaron Gordon? That's not a good matchup. Let
I
him play
agree.
against Michael Porter. You know what I'm saying? He gonna get off a little bit. Like you know what I'm saying? Michael Porter a
Like
little smaller, a little younger. Kawhi could post him up. You know what I'm saying? And shit
the
like
only way
that.
I
So,
see Chris Dunn starting, bro, is having Norman Powell go to the bench. That's the only way I see Chris Dunn starting. But if
but
you're
why
gonna
would
go
you?
Norman Powell, you gotta
Why?
go with DJ out there. You can't go small like that. Three guards? Like, come on, man.
But Norman Powell has to stay on the floor because he's the best player. He has to stay on the floor. You
I
can't take
agree.
no.
I agree, but that's see, and I agree with you on that. But that's the thing is that's why I don't like that he's running Chris Dunn out there with him. Like, why would you have Chris Dunn out there with Norman Powell on the floor?
I
Two
don't. I
small
don't
guards.
even. I don't even know why Chris Dunn is thought of being in the starting lineup. I know because of
I
defense and
agree.
stuff like
I
that.
think he's better
But
coming off the bench for sure. I agree with that.
yeah, but I would start Coffee or Terrence Mann over Chris Dunn any day. I don't. I
Yeah.
don't get it. I don't get it. When they let Russ go for Chris Dunn, I'm just like, okay, like this is what the Clippers organization do. Like, okay, let's see how much Chris Dunn get y'all this season. Like, you feel me? And look at what Russ is doing in Denver. Like, come on, it's a completely difference, man. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, man.
No, you're
Like
right. It's
the
really on
coach,
Ty Lue,
your coach,
honestly.
your coach gotta believe in his players, and they gonna play a certain way. Like if you see like Mike Malone, he believes in Russ. It's a different energy. Now he's playing at a different pace. They what? Like BJ said, they what 9-3 when he in the starting lineup. Like, come on, man. It's just Tyronn Lue gotta give a little more to his team, man.
I didn't like that. Like last night, Ty Lue had in the fourth quarter, he had KPJ out there. In the fourth quarter, I understand KPJ. I just feel like he shouldn't have been out there in the fourth quarter, man. He should have had either Amir Coffee out there or Nick Batum. Honestly, bro, it's like you had KPJ out there just fucking up, ball pounding, man.
Hmm. Nick Batum, I think that's another a person. I think that's another piece, BJ, that y'all can trade. I think Nick Batum. I don't even know. You
I don't know
know,
why they brought Batum
I
in,
don't
bro.
know why they brought him
Yeah,
back. He
I
was
don't know
he
why
was
they
a
brought
part
his
of the
ass
he was
back.
a part of the James Harden trade, right? If y'all was gonna do that, y'all could have brought Rocco back. Y'all could have brought Rocco back for that.
No, you know what we should have
it's
got?
saying you
We
don't
should
know
have
why
got.
you got him, but
You
you don't
know,
know why we
you
let him
know
go
who
in the
we
first
should have
place.
got, bro. You know what we should have got? We should have got that guy Yabusele on the Sixers.
Oh,
The
Oh
guy
yeah,
who can stretch the
he
three, and
probably
he can, bro. The one that dunked on LeBron, he is killing in Philly right now. And he
yeah.
only, I think they signed him for like 5 million or something.
Yeah,
Like
he
he took
was
a
he was
friendly
he
deal.
was balling, and I think in Paris and that Philly they picked him up. During the Olympics and shit, he was balling for France. So I guess they picked him up, but they don't got a good record. Philly been losing, but yeah, he's a hell of a player.
Mm. Yeah, old man said, salute family. Vucevic will be a perfect for 20 million a year. Contract is nice for 20 points and 10. I wouldn't mind Vucevic, and I think Ty Lue would probably play him because he's a proven forward and he's actually a guy who can, create offense. Not a good defender, but he can shoot. Um, I mean, I think he can. Yeah, he can be a four for us. I mean, we got so many issues, bro. Like we got to feel okay. Is it more important to make sure Kawhi don't play the four? Or is it more important um for us to focus on like getting Harden off the ball? Is it more important to have Terrence? Like, what's the most important issues one through whatever?
I think the most important. I actually like what old man just said. If y'all go get Vucevic out of Chicago somehow and pair him up with Zubac, I think that would give y'all a good chance. That would give y'all a better chance to win. And put Kawhi at the three. Oh my God! And stretch the floor. Vucevic, he can
Yeah, it'll
hit
be
the
a big
three.
lineup.
I think that would help y'all. A little bit, but y'all would have to give up something for him. He's a 20-point scorer, like old man said. Y'all would have to give something up for him. So it would just be what will y'all be giving up. But I think James Harden, he do got to come off the ball a little bit, because he's shooting too many shots. He's shooting way too many shots. He's not Houston James Harden no more.
I agree with that.
I think the biggest thing, Kawhi, he shouldn't play the four. You got to get him back in the rhythm of the game. He's been out a little too long. It's just to toss him at the four. I know they got, guys like Jason Tatum playing the four and shit like that. So, but I just think you got to get him back in the rhythm, put him at his regular position, man.
I agree. And like I said, just feed him more, bro. That it's a crazy how Norman Powell's getting more shot attempts than Kawhi. Well, I'm saying if they're only going to play him for the first two quarters, and a little bit of the third, you might as well get the most you can out of him. When he's out there, start setting plays for him.
Nah, I get that, but you also got to think that Norman Powell's been the best player. You got to also think that, like
I
Kawhi
agree,
just
but
came
he
back.
should he should not be dribble driving as much as he has been doing.
No, I feel you. I feel that.
Because he's better. I'd rather him come off curls and just catch and shoot type shots than him trying to dribble and drive and trying to make a pass. Because that's not his game.
Right, I feel you. Yeah, I like him coming off curls and shit like that too. But I think you do got to work Kawhi back in the offense a little slowly. But Kawhi, he's gonna get it. He's a superstar. Kawhi,
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna actually. I don't think it's gonna take long for Kawhi to get back into you know what he
Oh
does.
yeah. You could tell when you could tell he's still getting there. But yeah, you're right.
Um,
He's looking pretty good on his shooting though. Like his 3-point shot looks good.
I think his mid range, all that. That's still gonna be there. That's still gonna be there. He gotta get his legs up under him. That's what he gotta
Hmm.
get his legs up under him, man.
You could
And
tell
that's the
when I seen a few plays where you could tell he didn't want to go for a rebound because he was thinking about it. You can see it. You can see it the way he was playing. He thinking about it. But like you said, that'll all go away eventually.
yeah.
But yeah, I honestly, man, you don't think we can go any? I think if Ty Lue puts the pieces together, man, it's like a puzzle, man. If he puts it together, we got all the pieces we need. He just needs to fucking put the motherfuckers together. Stop fucking playing these stupid ass lineups.
Yeah, he said I could tell y'all look at stats and I watch the games. Talking about Vucevic like he's a savior. Y'all don't. So none of us said stats. All we said was he can stretch the floor. But who did you say stats, Rob, or did you what y'all say?
Well,
I didn't
I
say.
ain't say nothing about nothing.
We ain't say nothing about stats. I said he can stretch the floor. That would be a good pickup for y'all because then he could help Zubal out. Y'all would have basically two 7-footers, and then Vucevic, he can shoot the three and the mid range. I think the if Kawhi goes to the three, the pick and pop, it'd be the offensive flow a little better. You know what I'm saying? But I said he's a 20-point scorer, so it would be what are y'all giving up for him? Because he's a 20-point scorer. Like Chicago's not gonna let him go for Mo Bamba. Y'all not about to trade Vucevic for Mo Bamba. That's not happening. You know what I'm saying? Y'all would have to give up
Yeah,
somebody.
yeah. Why is an idiot? This dude is an idiot. I'm not even responding to him. Old man said you can't double team Kawhi. Yeah,
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. So that's why, oh man, that is a good idea for y'all, man. If y'all would get Vucevic, you ain't gonna be able to double team Kawhi because if you leave Vucevic open, what do we like? It's good. That is good. He good money. I like Vucevic, man. He in a bad team. He's on a bad team.
Vucevic may not be the best defender in the world, but you know what I'm saying, he still give you a big advantage. You know, he's big. I mean,
Right. That's what
you
I'm
can't keep
saying.
size. I mean,
Next
like I
to
said, he's not the
Zubac.
best defender, you know, but you know he's still big. He a big dude.
He don't have to. He don't really have to defend because Zubac is there. You got Zubac there, Terrence
Yeah,
Mann there. You got Kawhi there. Like Vucevic, he tall, but I'm sure he can get a couple blocks and all that. He don't have to
yeah,
be a elite
When you
defender. He
got
just need to. He
when you
need to
got
help.
number 4 defense in the league, bro, you're not worrying about your defense.
Right.
but
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. It's just
You need
what
offense.
it's more about what he's gonna give you offensively. That 20 points that he's gonna give y'all offensively, I think y'all can need that at the 4. And when you
yeah,
move Kawhi at the 3, I just think the offense is gonna be a little more potent. You know what I'm saying? You got Norman Powell playing the way he playing, and if James Harden pick up his game, I think that'd be a more potent, offensive lineup more than y'all
hey,
being that small.
if
You know what I'm
hey, if
saying?
it was possible, I'm all for it.
It's possible is what y'all gonna give up, and if they gonna make the
That's
action
the
to
thing. We
do
we don't we
You
can't
know,
we giving up the same. We taking 3 steps forward to take 5 steps back.
exactly.
yeah, yeah. Hey, we'll see, man. Honestly, I like the adversity, man. I feel like the adversity builds character. So you know, let us learn from this. Honestly,
So who you think they're the battle tested players on the team?
battle tested. Ooh, damn. That's a good question. Man, I would say Terrence Mann is one of them. He's battle tested. I mean, you know, Kawhi obviously, Norman Powell. Um, yeah,
Harden?
Yeah, Harden. But see, okay. See, that's the thing with Harden though. Is like that's everybody knows how good he is during the season. It's during the playoffs is where people want to see what he can do. I mean, he's got the Houston to the conference championship. You know, if Chris Paul, everybody already know if Chris Paul never got hurt, they probably would have got to the shoulda, woulda, coulda. But I mean, I don't know, man. Harden, I don't know. You already know the stigma on him, BJ.
Mm.
And
He
people say like, can he
to
get
me
it done? Can he
to
get it
me,
done
I
in the
don't.
playoffs?
James Harden, he's a gifted offensive player, but James Harden to me is not. He's not like a battle tested player. Like I think when he started losing in the playoff, he gives up. He gives
That's
up a
what I'm
lot.
saying. See, that's why I didn't say
He's
it
not
either.
really a battle tested player, man. Like Amir Coffey, I feel like he's a battle tested guy. Terrence man, he's a battle tested guy. Even Derrick Jones Jr., you seen him in the playoffs last year. He's a battle tested guy too. He stopped PG from doing what he was doing. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, y'all got some Kevin Porter Jr. I feel like it's a battle tested guy when it comes in them situations. I
Like a
feel
lot
like
of
he's a
people will
battle
hate me, but
tested
I
guy.
feel like James Harden and Paul George are the same type of play, like mentality wise.
Nah, I feel like Paul George has a little more. I feel like even though he's not, the best in the playoffs, but I feel like he Paul George wants it. I feel like he wants it a little more than I feel like Paul George is battle tested. He just you know what I'm saying? He's
Yeah,
battle
I hear
tested.
you.
I feel like Paul George, I seen him in Indiana and okay, like Paul George, he's battle tested. He doesn't show up at the brightest moment sometimes, man.
He just killed me with his non don't care demeanor. Like like he just like I don't care. It's just a game, type shit. Like I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't I don't like that because I feel like him and James Harden feel the same way type shit. They do like they just don't care because it's like it's just a game to them. You know what I'm saying? They
Not,
don't.
I
It,
know. I think Paul George. I think he actually cares more than James Harden. right?
Mm,
But I think he's just not gonna, he's not a very emotional guy. Like you know what I'm saying? He's gonna say how he feels, but Paul George is not gonna be. He's not gonna go overboard with it, man. I think he's a lot in his head. You know what I'm saying? He be in his head a lot. As he got
yeah,
older, he still wants to win. Yeah, I see it in Paul George. I seen it last year. He still want to win and shit like that. But I think James Harden, like I'm James Harden, regardless if I win or lose. So I think James Harden, he's in that mindset. He don't care if he wins because he know who he is. Like, you know what
mm.
I'm saying? Like he don't care if he win. He's a former MVP, and he knows he's James Harden. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he don't feel like people could talk to him. But it's a lot of rooms, James Harden. He can't walk in a lot of rooms with LeBron, Kobe, Steph Curry, Shaq. He can't walk in them rooms, man. Unless it's an MVP room, he could walk in that room. But
Yeah, James Harden. Yeah, that's my only with the Clippers. It's like I want to believe we can get to the championship after being a fan, but I know that's why my gripe with James Harden is like I don't know what I'm gonna get in the playoffs from him. Like during the season, I know what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get James Harden shoot. I'm gonna get what I get from him. But it's the playoffs is where we don't trust him. It's like we don't know what we're gonna
I
get.
mean, James Harden actually played pretty good last year in the playoffs when Kawhi wasn't there. He actually played pretty good, man. But you can't put your faith in Kawhi Leonard and James Harden, man. I don't think it's not gonna work.
So you think we should just get rid of Kawhi, huh? Start anew.
Hell yeah.
Okay, okay. Damn. Damn, you know what? If we could start brand new with Man and Amir being the starters, bro, I'll be with it. You know what I'm saying? Build around them. Be like a Jason Tatum, Jalen Brown type situation. Build between those two. Let them get like you know what I'm saying. If we was to do that, but I already know the Clippers not gonna do that. Who gonna want Kawhi? Nobody gonna want that nigga.
Nah, people gonna want Kawhi, man. It's Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, you'd be a fool too.
Yeah.
You'd be a
Take
fool
somebody
too.
that's injury. Take somebody that's injury prone.
Yeah, hell yeah, you be a fool. I'm not. I mean, I understand Kawhi. We already know who he is, 2-time champion. But if he don't do it this year, man,
Yeah.
it's over with, bro. I think honestly, like his
I
career,
don't,
his
I don't think it's gonna be over for Kawhi if he doesn't. I really think it's gonna be the same Kawhi. He's gonna play a couple games. He's gonna play a couple games. He's gonna get hurt, and it's gonna be the same outcome. Like I just really
that's what
think
I'm
that.
saying. It's over with, like as in him getting another championship.
Nah, I
Him,
don't think. I don't think Kawhi is gonna. Nah, hell no. I think he had his chances he had his chances to do that. Like he had his chance. Like Dallas went to the championship last year. Like, come on, the finals been wide open. Kawhi could have been got another championship after Toronto. But he's been hurt, man. He been hurt. I think his best years is past. His
the
best years
thing,
was in San Antonio
but
and with the Raptors. I think that his best years is gone, man.
it's funny because it's always with the Clippers. I hear that same sentiment. We had a chance before the Warriors went on their championship run. The Clippers we had an open chance. Clippers had a chance for a championship. It's the same shit, bro. But being a Clipper fan, I'm telling you, bro. Being a Clipper fan is probably the hardest thing in the world to do, bro. Like you know how many times I don't heard that same sentiment. How many times the chances we had to be a champion and we let that shit slip through our fingers.
You got
But
old
nah,
man in the building. What's good, old man?
Fellas, how y'all doing?
Salute, old man. What's
Good
All
up,
old
my
right,
man.
all
guy?
right.
Happy
You
New
see
Year.
what's
Happy New
going
Year.
on
yes
with
sir,
Russ,
yes
Happy New
don't you,
sir.
Year, old
Monty?
man.
What's up, my guy? Salute, old man.
You see what's going on with Russ, don't you, Monty?
Yeah, man. I said that, old man, man. They ain't believe in my guy. You see him though, old man.
Yeah, that's my guy too, man.
Yes,
That's
sir.
my guy. I knew it was gonna be a nice fit over there with that mindset with Malone. I
Hell
knew it.
yeah.
I knew it. But I gotta push back a little bit on you, man. We can't get rid of this. We can't get rid of the superstar, man. We need to let that alone. We gotta remember he said it was gonna take 2 years for his knees to get right. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and with all the information that came out about how they forced him to play at times and stuff like that, you know. I think we can't blame Kawhi if Kawhi or the Clippers don't make it to where we figure they need to make it to. Because you just said, I think it was Robert, I think that's his name, Robert.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you just talked about Tyronn Lue, and you talked about how Tyronn Lue is playing the players, and JM has said it emphatically. You know, Tyronn Lue is not playing the players like he's supposed to play. Paul George said that he just want to play the right way. So all the fingers pointing at Lue. So we don't make it to where we need to make it to. It's just like Mike Brown. Mike Brown got fired, and look what Mike Brown did with the Kings.
But
And now
that
since
was
they have
fucked up though, old man. That was fucked up.
they having a bad season, the owner said, "Well, look, I got too much invested, and so we're gonna have to make a change." Well, whoever the GM is, I don't know if it's Divock still the GM at Sacramento or who, but it wasn't about the contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Mm-hmm.
about winning.
Mm-hmm.
See, and so Ty Lue, although we've been winning, but we have to really ask ourselves how many quality wins out of the 30, 31 games have we got? See, so now you get in a situation where, okay, Kawhi coming back. We all know what Kawhi going to be like eventually. That's a given.
Mm-hmm.
But we still have to address a big because have you ever seen Zubac is playing good ball, and I'm always on Zubac. But right now, you got to give credit where credit is due. Zubac is playing good ball.
Mm-hmm.
But can Zubac hit a mid-range? Have you ever seen Zubac shoot a mid-range jump shot?
Not really a mid range, but he can hit the 10 to 12, footer. Like I seen him, like I don't watch as many Clippers games as I did last year, but when I did watch Zubac, he can hit like a good 10 to 12 feet mid range, a left hook, right hook, he can
But
hit
but
those shots.
but that's the thing. He can hit a left hook, right hook. It'd probably be from 5 to 8 foot. But
Yeah,
when you need to get somebody off of Kawhi,
right,
who's a mid-range specialist,
right,
you need to get somebody who is big enough in that mid-range game. I
right.
mean, the reason I say Vucevic, he's a perfect complement because he can do things that Zubac can't do, and Zubac can do things that
Things that
Vucevic can't do.
right. We agree with you, old man. We agree with
See,
you.
that's what people fail to understand. So when you got a big guy like Vucevic who can stretch the mid-range all the way to the three-point line, that's room for Kawhi to work out, especially when James Harden is on the bench. See, so we got guys. We got guys now. I've heard Golden State is looking at Vucevic, which would be nice if they get him. Because you give me another 20 and 10 guy in the league. There's not many.
This guy said he said John Collins. From all the things you mentioned, old man, I don't think John Collins is the answer.
Hell no. First of
John
all,
Collins is not
John
skilled.
he would be that would be another person that he would make y'all too small. Like he jumps out the jump like Derrick Jones, but he makes y'all too small at the four.
Yeah, I don't see the
Like
point of John
yeah,
Collins.
that no, it would be no point in y'all bringing in John Collins. Like old man said, Vucevic or a player like that would be y'all best bet.
What
Because
about Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
we normally look at athleticism before we look at skill. John Collins is very athletic, but is he skilled though? Is he skilled with the jump shot? Is he skilled with the pull-up shot? Is he you understand what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is it's just like it's just like because the West is getting bigger. I just put the Bucks for instance. The Bucks playing with Giannis, and they playing with the big guy, the 7-footer. But look what the big
We talking about
7-footer,
Brook Lopez, old man.
Brook
Brook
Lopez. But
Yeah.
look what the big 7-footer do. The big 7-footer, he stretches the floor, right? So that Giannis can do his work.
Mm-hmm.
He does things that Giannis can't do. Or
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't say can't do, but he covers Giannis' weaknesses. And then Giannis covers his weaknesses, like moving on defense and stuff. So everybody's
Exactly.
saying, if you get
Exactly.
Vucevic, we're going to lose defense. He can't play defense. Well, hell, we ranked number 4 in defense.
Exactly.
We
We
don't
got
need
too many.
defense.
We got too many of the same players too, old man.
Right.
We got too many same. That's where we lose, bro. We already good on defense. We need somebody who can stretch the floor and shoot. And and if we're gonna play in this offense, that's gonna be another person for James Harden to pass the ball to.
Yeah, that's what I said. You don't think BJ James Harden he's gonna love that he can pick and pop. What? You got Jokovic coming off the pick and roll, what? Sitting at the 3, you know what I'm saying? What?
Pick and pop money, not pick and
What?
roll, pick and pop.
Yeah, that pick and pop.
That's-
No, I'm saying like the pick and pop. Yeah, like if he don't roll, he gonna pop. You know what I'm saying? Like what?
It gives
Got
us so much more offense, more offense, more options.
because
Yeah.
the league done figured out that pick and roll with Zubac is not being used as much. So now, if you have an equal threat on the pick and pops, you got to pick your poison, and you got Kawhi at the 3.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
BJ, not to cut you off, old man. It's the same thing. If you think about New York, right? Think about New York last year and think about them this year, right? If you think about New York, now they got Cat, like Jalen Brunson and them, they you know what I'm saying? They're extending their offense because they know what Cat can do behind the 3 line. You know what I'm saying? They know how Cat can play. Like, you feel me? And I feel like they're using him more than what Minnesota used them. Like, you feel what I'm saying? And that's hurting a lot of teams. Like, when you got a 4 that could pick and pop like that,
Right.
like Dallas, you want to know Dallas, when they had Dirk, they were so hard to beat because of the way Dirk played, the way he could pick and pop, the way he could shoot a 3, the way he'll post your ass out, the way he'll post your ass up. Like, it's a lot you could do when you have a 4-man that could really do that. Just like the Nuggets with Aaron Gordon and Jokic, like you said. Like, both of them, they do 2 things that one can't do.
Exactly. Now look at Vucevic. Now, you know what the most important thing with this stat is? This man is hitting 55% of his shots. And he don't even play in the he play in the post, but he play more out of the post, but he's still hitting 55% of his shots. See?
Right.
So just like we say, if you get him and play the pick and pop with him, James can play the pick and roll with Zubac, which is effective. And then if you play them both at the same time, man, you got to pick your poison then.
And that's not even the biggest one. That's Kawhi at the 3. That's the best. There you go.
So that was my assessment on what we need to get as far as, balancing it out our off. I don't know what we are now. I think we still like 24th, 25th ranked in offense. But we need to balance that. If we can get that 15 rating on offense, we'll be a problem. We'll be a real problem.
So let's look at this, old man. So if we don't make any moves, do you think Kawhi is able to bring our offense a rating that high?
It'd be erratic though.
Yeah.
Because it's just like just like a component on a car. When you don't have the right component on a car, it's not on time. It runs off time. And you know how a car runs when it's off time. Playing Kawhi at the 4 is like a bad spark plug, or a spark plug that's not in the right. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just feel like he can't be, Kawhi at the 4. He can't use his whole game at the 4. If you match him up at the 3, I think it expands his game a lot more. He doesn't have to really bang down there with the bigs. Like, He could extra rebound. You feel what I'm saying? Like I just feel like he could do more. He gonna be able to guard the three a little bit better. Like you know what I'm saying? The flow of the offense, like you said, if y'all get Vucevic or y'all get a guy like that that could expand, that could stretch the offense, man. I just feel like it'd be better for y'all offensively. I'm
And
just trying to help y'all get some ideas, man, that
we
help
have to
y'all out.
realize he
Cause I
won championship.
still support y'all at the end of the day, BJ. You my guy, you feel me? Old man, you my guy. Like I love y'all at the end of the day, man.
He won championships at a three. He didn't win it at
Mm-hmm.
no four. He didn't win it out of position. He
Yeah,
won championships at a
he's out of
three.
position. He's out of
Yeah.
position, man.
That's a fact. If you put Kawhi at the three, like that's where he's He may say out of his mouth, he might say it don't matter, but bro, I don't think Kawhi wants to be at the four.
He
I think he
no,
wants to be at the three.
BJ, he does not want to be at the four. He's used to Tim Duncan at the four. You hear me? He used to Tim Duncan at the four. You hear me?
There you
He
go.
he's
Yeah,
used to Serge
Serge
Ibaka
Ibaka at the
Good
four.
and
point.
Serge
Good point.
Ibaka
And he
and
had
Marcus
Mark
Gasol.
Gasol. See, there you go.
You
That's
understand
who
what
he
I'm
won
Right,
saying?
championships with.
right.
They had Tim Duncan and Tiago Splitter. You feel
There
me?
you
Or they
go.
had Boris Diaw and Tim Duncan. You feel what I'm saying? But it was more of a it was better for him, man. You feel me? They had Siakam at the four, like you feel what I'm saying? So I just think that'd be a better outcome for y'all, man. And it worked in the past when y'all had Blake at the four, y'all had DeAndre at the five. Like it worked in the past, man. I just feel like y'all need to get back to that. Y'all need to. That's why I said is either y'all gonna choose to stay with Kawhi, build around him, or y'all gonna blow everything up, man. Y'all gotta go separate ways, man.
Mm. What you think of the rotational pieces so far, old man? How you think the guys' rotational pieces that we picked up been playing?
I told you earlier this season, BJ, when we was playing good ball, everybody was raving about the role players and whatnot. I said, yeah, they plan to be in a rotation. Now everybody was raving about Chris Dunn, right? They was dogging Terrence Mann and raving Chris Dunn. Now you
Who
see what's going on with Chris Dunn.
who is he?
See, he's not as consistent as he was
And
at the
teams is
beginning of
leaving
the
them open.
See, if you watched him last night, he couldn't do nothing with Anthony Edwards.
He's not,
See,
bro.
Exactly what I said. They should have put DJ starting last night, not Chris Dunn.
but the thing about it is, we was overvaluing the role players as though that they are the ones that's going to get us to what we need to get to.
Exactly.
See,
Exactly.
Yeah, you still
so
say that.
Oh
so
man, hit it right on the nose. He just hit it
so
right on
now
the nose.
Overvaluing these players. Yep.
overvaluing these role players. They role players. They're not starters. The only one who is proven to be the starter is
It's
Norman
Norman
Powell.
Powell.
But Norman Powell got experience.
Yeah.
See, Norman Powell was coveted when he was up there in Portland. There was a
Yeah.
lot of people wanted Norman Powell.
Right.
See, Norman Powell just wanted the opportunity.
Right. I just don't think Chris Dunn, he's not a good fit for y'all, man. He's a okay defensive player, but like I said, Chris Dunn,
No, he's not
like
okay. No, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
no,
He his
I'm
defense
saying
is
that's
elite,
what
bro.
the
His
no,
defense
I'm
is elite.
saying
Don't do that.
that's what the front office brought him in for. They brought him in for defense. They didn't bring him in for offense.
Well,
They brought Chris.
I want to know his defense is elite. What do he do defensively?
No,
He gets
I'm
steals.
agreeing with you,
He
old
gets
man.
steals.
I don't
He's
He
even
gets
understand
steals.
why y'all
He
he
saying
don't get
that.
navigates
steals.
screens. He navigates screens pretty good.
He don't get around the screen to get steals. I mean, steals
Okay,
do get his turnovers
okay. Why is he only getting 18, 19 minutes a game then?
because he get. Well, you see,
You got too
that's
many
the
of the
thing.
same
That's the
players,
problem.
old man. Ty Lue don't know who to play because
That's the problem.
you picked up all these guys off. You picked up all these guys who, and you didn't even know what they do well. You didn't say, okay, this player shoots the ball well. This player, gets in the interior well. You got Chris Dunn and Terrence Mann on the same team. I didn't understand that pickup.
Look, defense
Hey,
does
hey,
win.
hey, hey,
Chip,
BJ said, hold on. Hey, old man. Hey, BJ said it one more time. You got who on the same team?
Chris Dunn and Terrence Mann.
Right. So you already have that guy. right? You already that's what I'm trying to point out. You already have Terrence man. Basically, Chris Dunn is basically another Terrence man. You feel me? He brings defense, but he doesn't give you a lot offensively. You understand what I'm saying? So I just didn't feel like, and that, I just want y'all to know that's who y'all picked up, and y'all let Russ go.
You know who Chris Dunn
Y'all
play
traded
like?
for Chris Dunn, and y'all traded Russ to the Jazz like he was nothing,
He kind of
right?
who he
bro.
play like, old man?
And what
They
he's doing
they
in
Who he play
they.
Denver,
like,
I
old
want
man?
I want to hear that old man, but they try to say Chris Dunn was better than Westbrook. I was like, y'all are
that's
smoking
that
crack.
I'm
Chris,
saying. I'm saying, BJ, when they traded, that was the narrative. That was the narrative. Oh, Russ, he doesn't provide nothing. And I remember it was a lot of people in here that was Thomas. It was a JM. It was a lot of people that was saying that. Like, you feel what I'm saying? And I just feel like right. Like y'all picked up Chris Dunn and y'all traded Russ like he was nothing. And what he's doing in Denver is magical. Like when you got a coach that believe in you and that sees your talent and sees where to put you in the position to win. Like I just think it's kind of crazy. Like Chris Dunn, he's okay. He's an okay player, but like I said, he just came out the G League.
If we talking about okay, because if we talking about Westbrook, that's a whole different story for me. Like that, I already know the Clippers did him dirty. They did Westbrook dirty, and that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to destroy his character and everything, bro.
man,
Like
sometimes the reason Westbrook is thriving in Denver is because of the environment. It's the environment. They not blaming him for anything. Just like
Right.
he said, man, Malone is allowing me to run. That's what Russ want to do. He want to run, and he want to get those athletic guys involved. And that's look. He should have been starting alongside Jam, uh,
Jamal
Jamal
Murray.
Jamal
No,
Murray.
I mean, yeah,
See,
he should have, but like but he played his role where he played, and then 9-3 when he's in the starting lineup. But you got to get different lineups and different things. Mike Malone,
right. And I
yeah,
agree.
I just
I
think
agree.
Mike Malone, he's doing
And
a
he's doing
wonderful
a wonderful
job.
job with Westbrook.
Yeah, what he's doing. I hope they get him
and
a little
again,
help.
that's on who the coach, right? That just tell you where Ty Lue is. Like what the fuck Ty Lue be doing?
I agree.
I mean, I don't think it's just the coach. I think it's
No,
also
it's the coach.
it's the
I'm
coach.
putting
It's
this
the
on
coach.
Ty Lue, man.
It's
He's
the
been
coach and it's the front office. Like it's the culture that what culture is the Clippers right now? What culture do they have right now?
we don't
Like
have a fucking culture.
that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like if you go to Memphis, they have a type of culture. You go to New York, it's a culture with them. Like it's different. Like
I
Miami, like
100% agree with you at that.
like
We
you know
have
what I'm
no
saying. Even though
culture.
Miami got the Jimmy Butler shit, you feel what I'm saying. But it's a Miami Heat culture. It's a they 100 on this. Like they got undrafted players. It's a different type culture. Like you feel what I'm saying. Like different teams have different culture. What is the Clippers culture right now, man? Like that's all I'm saying. Like we
See,
we know
That's what
Boston
we trying to do.
culture.
We trying to find an identity. We just got a new home.
Wait, old
Got a
man, what
new
you say
home.
was
two points I want to bring.
who you saying
Chris,
plays like who?
Chris Dunn, he don't have the mindset of this person, but he plays his play. It's like Patrick Beverly. It only gets you so far. See, it only gets you so far. He don't have the mindset as Patrick Beverly, but he plays like Patrick Beverly. He do good in spurts.
Yeah, I think y'all could
You
use
understand
Patrick
what I'm
Beverly.
saying? It's just spurts. See, Terrence Mann is proven, like I said earlier this season. You can't you can't disregard Terrence Mann and what he has done. Terrence Mann been around long enough to know the intricacies, at least what Ty Lue wants to do. When you bring new guys in, they all over the place and they want to prove themselves. Now you done got close to midway through the season. See, other teams look getting better too, and they gonna get more better. See, you talking about transition offense. You talking about fast break offense more now. See, with James Harden, we don't have that. James Harden like to walk the ball up the court, or when he get to half court, he'll try to set up an offense. You know why? Because he can't run up and down the court. He old, so he want to try to set up an offense. Kawhi Leonard said he wants to run, man. That's the reason Russ was so good with him and Paul George. Like BJ say, they were. I mean, they when they were on the court together, they were one of the top trios on the court.
I had been said that same shit you said, oh man. Before we got Harden and they did Westbrook dirty, we was running it up with Westbrook in the starting lineup with Paul George and Kawhi.
Exactly. That's when we went on that hell of a run. Everybody wanted to say, well, it was James Harden because he was starting and all that. No, when Westbrook came in that game, he sped up the tempo, man. Kawhi was getting fast break points. Paul George was getting fast break points. Terrence Mann was getting fast break points because they was all running up and down that court. And that's what the West is doing. Now you see, even though it was wrong what they did with Mike Brown, now you can kind of see the direction that the Kings is going now. It's all you can see Oklahoma City. These young guys, they want to run, man. They don't want to sit around and primarily set the offense. It's more beneficial for them to get transition points because it tires out their opponent. If that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. So let me ask y'all a question. So I'm gonna put a picture of everybody. I want y'all to kind of tell me how they've been playing. So I'm gonna put a picture of like a player. I want y'all to kind of tell me how they've been playing.
He's been playing. He's been playing.
He's been playing well.
He's been playing well. I think he doesn't get enough minutes. That's just, and he's been a Clipper for a couple seasons. Like, why is Amir Coffey not getting a lot of minutes? Like, he should be getting a lot of minutes with Kawhi out. That's just my opinion.
Same question I've been asked. Why is MPJ getting minutes over Amir Coffey?
Yeah, I love Amir Coffey, bro, because he's a two-way
Same reason
player.
why MPJ shouldn't have been in the fourth quarter last night.
Amir Coffey's a two-way player, man. That's you should
He's
never.
gonna
You should
be in the
always have.
he's gonna be in the final 8.
Right.
He's gonna be in the final 8. Don't worry about Amir.
Tyler did the same thing he did. He went a 10-man lineup with no center. No backup center, I mean.
He's gonna
Right.
be in the final 8.
About DJJ.
He could be more consistent.
I think he should be in a starting lineup, honestly. He's a better shooter than Chris Dunn.
I think they trying to make him a shooter, and he's not really that. He's not really a shooter. He's more.
Derrick Jones, I think he can hit timely threes, but I think he's just best. He's at his best when he's running, on the brink. He's catching lobs, and he's getting
Yeah.
active defensively, and he's creating fast breaks. I just think that's when he's best offensively, and I think James Harden need to, and the Clippers need to look into that, use him at his best ability like that is there last year.
They've been pretty good when he's out there. That's getting the lobs in when he's out on a court running.
Yeah.
I think he should be starting. Honestly,
Trade.
yes, I agree.
Obama.
Yes, a trade.
I mean, yeah. I think I mean, y'all can use him or y'all can trade him. Y'all can
No
use
sir.
him.
No sir. He's deep.
He's telling me he's not even good at anything. Like I don't even know what's he good at.
I don't know where he came from. That's why I don't know where he came from.
He come from Philadelphia. He was.
He was on Philly last year. He was
But what
Yeah.
does he do? What does he do though? What is
I
he
think
like?
Ain't Mo Bamba a defensive guy? Is he?
No.
He's not. I mean,
They
I don't
tried
know
to
what
say
Mo
he could.
Bamba.
They tried to say he could shoot, but I didn't see him hit. He hit maybe one shot in like 5 games.
They said like he can start over Zubac. I was like, what?
Nah, I agree. Trade him.
Yeah, man.
Honestly, man,
Use
we
as a
can use him.
trade. No.
We can use as a trade. Yeah, I
Use as
think.
a trade.
You said use as a trade.
Yes, sir.
Nah, I mean, I think y'all can use him, man. I just think,
Well, he falls under
K,
the same thing of the
I just
same
think
player. He's the same player. Like we have the
I
same
think
type of player. Like
Exactly. Too
KPJ.
many
I just
wings.
think
Too many.
I think KB. I think KBJ. He got a chip on his shoulder, man. He's getting back to playing basketball. I think he really can help y'all, man. Y'all
I've
might
seen
see him.
enough. Like he
Y'all
makes
might need him
boneheaded.
though.
He he
Y'all
he
might
he
need him in
dribbles
the
the ball out
playoffs.
of he dribbles the air out the ball. I mean he is better when he's driving and kicking, but I don't.
Hey, BJ, that's that spot. I don't think y'all should trade him. Y'all could use him in the playoffs, man.
No,
He
sir.
might
No,
drop
That's what I was
sir.
gonna
25 or
ask.
I
Is he
wouldn't.
a
30.
playoff
Oh, like
performer though? I ain't
playoff.
seen him in the playoffs. That's the
No,
Yeah, I
thing.
ain't
sir.
seen him. I don't know,
Yeah.
No,
and I
sir.
ain't like what I've seen so far.
The only reason I feel people feel like we need him because he's the only playmaker next to Harden.
Yes, that's
That's the only
that's
reason.
that's
But I
why.
don't think that's
Yes,
a good enough reason to keep
But
yes,
him
we
though.
don't need
yes.
a playmaker. We need somebody that can run an offense.
Boom.
That's the difference.
Trade, trade,
I wouldn't trade him, but
I'd like to put him out there and see what we can get.
I'll put him on the bench. I'll put him on the bench.
trade,
I,
trade,
I, I make him the ninth man.
trade.
But
He got to
The
go.
ninth man,
Trade,
damn.
Yeah, I make him the ninth man.
trade. He got to go. Put.
mm,
Yeah, he
Start.
stays. He starts.
definitely key, man. He
He
like you said, he
starts.
has the most experience out of everybody.
Yeah, I
Like
don't
with
know
the
why we
lineup.
still talking about this same for the last 2 years, man. How long we been talking about T Man should start? That's why I don't feel like he knows what he is, man. Because one moment he's starting and when he plays good,
But that's
or
the
when he goes,
coach's fault because every time when he playing, Ty Lue pulling his chain, he back on the bench.
yeah, you can't play
Like
like that, bro.
It's
you
all
can't
about
play. Like how you supposed to get a rhythm like that when you like every little thing you do, you gonna get put on the bench.
and last year he wasn't allowed to get a rhythm because Ty Lue put him
Exactly.
18 minutes, 22 minutes, back down to 19 or 20, then up to 25. You can't get no rhythm like that.
Okay. What about
He playing well. I have to
Mhm.
admit. You know how I feel about him,
Oh,
BG.
he played a game
But
yesterday.
he
He
playing
honestly
well.
was the only reason why he was in that game last night.
He
He was
playing well.
playing his ass off.
so what do you think? Well, we know he's been our one of our probably our third best player, but what do you think Zubac needs to do more or what he needs to do less?
Demand the ball in the post.
Oh yes, be more aggressive. Yes.
Demand the ball. Look, he need to go study the old centers because that's who he play like. So if he go study the older centers and see how they demanded the ball from the point guard, especially when they have a mismatch, yeah, he'll be a problem. He'll be more of a problem. But he's
Mhm.
playing well. I can't even take that away from him. He's playing
Yeah,
well.
yeah. I think he need to watch some Mark Gasol highlights or yeah, he need to expand his offense. But I think Zoo he been playing pretty good. He plays well, man. But he need to expand his offense a little bit.
15
But
and
we get
12.
we get 3 point happy, and what we'll do, we allow him to get in rhythm, and then we'll take the rhythm away from him by jacking up 3 point
But
shots.
you
Right.
gotta understand, Zoo can't really. He don't got no Kawhi out there. Like his best player is hurt, so it's like his leader is not out there. So Zoo is like he's trying to get better. He's trying to progress, but he's playing as he playing. Like James Harden is out there, but his best player is not there, man. Cal
Hmm.
Jones.
He
He
need to
falls
be
under that
sharp.
like thing is not getting any chance. I mean, honestly, like to grow.
So you feel like he can be a trade piece, or do you feel like because he
Ooh,
just got with us last year?
man,
I think
I
he on
think
a
he
1 year
should.
option. Is that what he
Yeah.
on? 1 year option?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a hard one, man. He's not gonna get any chances with us. Ty Lue ain't gonna play that man.
Who,
I
James
think he
Harden?
trade him.
Oh, James Harden. Oh no, trade.
I really want to know what's the
I would,
biggest
I
plus
would,
with
I
James
would,
Harden.
I would, I would bench you. I was six man.
But if we could get something for Harden, bro, like at
Nah,
least something
James.
decent, a good
Hey, old
Yeah,
trade
man,
piece,
bench
I
James.
him,
go for
James
it.
Harden.
bench him,
He's
old man.
not
That's
going. If
hey,
you
say that
bench
again,
James
old man.
Harden, James
I
Harden,
was six
he,
man. I was six man.
James Harden, he's not going for none of that. You know,
Bro,
James
if Russ can come off the bench, James Harden can come off the bench. That's
He's
all
He
right.
not
about to
James
fuck the
Harden.
whole
He's not
shit up,
going.
man. He hear any
James
of that.
Harden. He's not gonna. He's not trying to hear. He's coming off the bench. Like James
But
Harden
that's
is
just
not.
me. That's how I would run it. I would six man him. I wouldn't.
Yeah, and James Harden gonna be doing what
Destroy his
Jimmy
ego.
Butler doing. He gonna be doing exactly what Jimmy Butler doing.
He
But you
does-
know
Coming
he-
off the
what? That
bench.
would show a lot about how is if he really wants to win.
yeah,
Exactly.
If he
that's
said,
true.
"Okay, I'm gonna take," because we saw Russ come off the bench, and he had a crazy ass first half of the season with us in the playoffs. Man, he should not even been coming off the bench. But they forced him off the bench, and I'm pretty sure he didn't like it. But he still, up until he got hurt his hand, man, Russ was balling.
He was balling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
Balling.
honestly, if James Harden could just play more like how he played against the Hawks, man. Like, did you see how when he played against the Hawks, how he was not looking for his own shot? He was actually putting everybody in plays. He was giving everybody the right touches. You know what I'm saying? When he's not looking for his shot, James Harden is a good player, a
Mm.
really good player.
That's all. That's fine. That,
Back, I just need him to understand that he's not that young man he used to be that could go and score like he used to. You know, he needs to understand that's not who he is anymore. He needs to learn to be more of a playmaker.
Has
And then
Norman
we
Powell been the
win.
best? Has Norman Powell been the best player on the team?
Yes.
Yeah.
he's been the best scorer. He's been the best scorer.
Who been the best player?
Probably Zoo
Best
then,
scorer.
huh? Zoo would probably be the best player, right?
Yeah, he's more consistent. Zoo is consistent.
Okay, so we'll go like
I'm
that. Best
starting to
player.
see that, and I said it earlier this season. He needs to be more consistent, and that's what he's doing. He's been more. What he doing? Like 15, 13, 15, and
I mean, they both been consistent. Like as far as what they roles is, like Norris roles to score, but he's scoring efficiently. He's scoring like 50% from the field.
yeah. But the things but the consistency as far as like rebounding, blocking shots,
He's talking
Okay.
about like all around. Okay,
yeah,
so
all
like
around.
Yeah.
player. Okay,
That impacts the game. I know Norm can score. Don't get me wrong. No, I mean, that's the two guard. That's the two guard.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it.
Right. Right. Let me go to skills real quick. What's good, skills?
What it do, BJ? Salute to everybody on the panel. I hope y'all boys enjoying y'all day.
How you
you're
What we
doing, Skills?
what we talking about, BJ?
We talked about the game last night.
Oh, okay. Man, for me, watching the game last night, I didn't like the starting lineup. T. Lue said that he was gonna switch out Christopher Dunn and Derrick Jones Jr. depending on the lineup. I mean, depending on the matchup. And I feel like last night would have been a good matchup for him to put Derrick Jones Jr. in there. I do understand that and is listed as a big guard. Uh, Jr. would have did a better job. And for some reason, T. Lue just has a fascination with this three-guard lineup. Like, I think it's cool, like, when you play a team like the Hawks, but when you play a team like Minnesota who have, length of your bigger guys, to me, it was a no-brainer to put Derrick Jones Jr. in there. So that was the one lineup change that I would have made. I don't know if Terrence Mann is on the minutes restriction, has some more junior minutes. I feel like Karen Porter Jr. minutes need to be divvied up between Coffee and T Man. I've seen the Derrick Jones. I mean, I've seen the Karen Porter Jr. experiment long enough. I don't need to see it no more. I think we need to look to get off of him in the trade deadline. I don't think he's a bad player. I want to keep making that clear. I think he's a good player, and I think for the right team, he'll come in the clutch. I just don't think for what we need for this team, he's what we need. If we're gonna have a second string point guard, it needs to be somebody that makes better decisions and have a better shot selection. What we really need to address in the what we really need to address in this pickup time or whatever, this before the trade deadline, is we need a backup center. And it's kind of hard for me to say that because I feel like we could give those minutes to Kai Jones and let him develop, but I just don't see T. Lue doing that. And I'm just hoping if we get a more decorated backup center, I feel like we could put enough pressure on him where he wouldn't have a choice but to play that backup center, opposed to like a Kai Jones. We can all look and see. I think it's something like, even in the game last night, I think you put Kai Jones in there for 6 or 7 minutes while Zubac on the floor instead of putting Nico Platoon at the 5. I think, we able to fend off some of the people from driving to the basket, and I feel like we probably will be able to go on the run because Kai Jones is going to run the floor. He's going to run the floor. He's a lob threat, and I feel like he could have did good with 5 or 6 minutes, but if you're not going to develop them, then don't just sit on them. I hate us just sitting on young guys and not allowing them to develop. So I'm thinking, maybe before the trade deadline over with, we look to make a move and get us another backup center. Another thing is, I just want to tell everybody, like, stop always panicking. Like, we knew it was going to be adjustment period for Kawhi to get right. This is second game back. They treating it like a preseason. So I'm not expecting us to blow out every team. I'm not expecting the offense to quite look at how it did against the Hawks. I'm expecting some up and down. I'm expecting us to mess around with the lineups a little bit. I'm expecting a lot of different things, you know what I mean? But I'm not expecting it to be peaches and cream all the way through. And we know Kawhi's history. It's going to take him about 4 or 5 games to get his legs up on them and to get right. He'll start shooting more, even the game last night. Let's just look at the game last night. We lost by 2 points? Kawhi give you 20 points. That's a blowout. But he's just not able to give us those 20, 25 points right now. But I'm thinking we're finna go on another 3 to 4 game win streak. I told you last time we was finna do that, and that's what we did. And me looking at the schedule, that's exactly what we're finna do now. We're gonna beat Denver. I think we got like Charlotte or something else. We're gonna beat Charlotte. We're about to go on a 3 to 4 game win streak. Expect Kawhi to look better as we get more. We need to be focusing on T. Lue and him making the right adjustments because I feel like our team is solid right now. We got a solid team right now, but
Thank
it
you. I
doesn't
said
matter.
the same thing.
No, bro, we have a solid team right now. I don't want anybody to confuse that. Our team is solid. We have the personnel to match up with any team. The problem is T. Lue gonna play the right players at the right time, or is he gonna have these wacky ass lineups out there? If he gonna have the wacky lineups out there, it don't matter what trades we make. You know what I mean? It don't matter what we do if he's not gonna play the players. I think we solid. If we address anything, it's backup big, backup point guard. I'm off of Kerry Porter Jr. I've been off of Mo Bamba. I do think the kid Kai Jones should get some minutes, but if you're not gonna give him any minutes, package him up with the rest of the guys that I just mentioned and get us another big man. I heard the guy that old man was talking about from the Bulls. I think I'm even cool with that trade. If we can package up the right pieces and get that trade, then let's do it. If not, let's just work with what we have. Like, I mean, I'm just tired of the always looking to cop out and make a trade. Like, bro, we got a solid team. Let's keep working. Let's keep building. Let's keep developing. Let's keep growing. Like every championship team, it's not going to be like I can make a couple trades, get a couple guys, and then now we can go to the finals and win a championship. Chemistry is still a thing. Team camaraderie is still a thing. I like the fact that our team has been working together since the preseason, then during the preseason, and now that builds camaraderie, that builds trust, that builds passion, that builds a brotherhood. So I don't always think that making a trade is a quick fix. You know what I mean? I think sometimes you got to work with what you got, and that's just what it is. Yeah, that's my take, BJ.
All right. What you but so what you think about last night's game?
Like I said, man, the lineups, man, and Kawhi only playing 20 minutes. A team like Minnesota, you got to have your superstar clicking on all cylinders to beat them. I mean, they've proven that to us for the last year or so. We've always struggled with them, even when we had the
Yeah.
4 Hall of Famers, even when we had PG and Russ and all them, we still struggle with this particular team.
They just
And
play
it's
good
because
defense, man.
they play good
I
defense
think
and they long and lengthy.
Minnesota is very beatable right now. They're very beatable. Like they're not the same Minnesota they was. Like you feel what I'm saying? Like
But they got
Minnesota
a
is very
mentality
beatable.
over us or something because
They
they've
they
done
got
beat us the last few times.
Minnesota got one guy. They got one guy. They got a lot of
That's
other
not true,
guys
bro. They
up
got
there
more than
too.
one guy.
They got one guy, bro.
No, they got some defenders
Bro,
out there, man.
they got defenders, bro. What's the old buddy with the dreads that's
Minnesota
coming
is
off the
not
bench?
the same, bro.
Nas Reed ain't no joke either.
Minnesota
Man,
is
Nas Reed's a
trash,
good
bro.
player.
They're
Like,
not
bro,
the same.
but I don't disagree with what you're saying. They're not the same, but to call them trash, bro, they not trash. You know what I mean?
Nah,
Like they
they
not the same.
Minnesota is trash,
Trash,
bro.
bro. Trash. Okay.
Yeah.
They trash.
Mm-hmm. I don't like them.
Stop it, bro.
They not the
I
same.
mean, I get you, bro. I get what you're
Minnesota
saying,
State.
but they not trash though.
I'm saying they very beatable. That's what I'm saying. They're very beatable
Don't
now.
Oh,
you
I agree
also?
with that.
We
I agree
still
with
got a
that.
problem with rebounding. You know that, right?
Yeah, we do. We do.
So you
But see,
know the
that's why I'm
reason
saying,
why.
why not
You
get
know,
Kai Jones some minutes, man?
you know the
That's
reason
all on
why,
Ty Lue, man.
because Ty Lue like to run that small ball stuff.
Yep.
He
And we
does, man.
can't,
He like
and
that 3 guard lineup.
we can't get
Love
no
with that shit.
rebound. We can't get second chance points. See,
Nope.
everybody excludes second chance points. See, I was
No,
watching
you right.
Oklahoma City play against, I think it was the Lakers. No, it was Houston. I'm sorry. It was Houston playing against the Lakers, man. And the second chance points that they got. That Amin Thompson and you know they got what's my man name? Steven they got him back now. Uh
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams, along
Mm.
with Sengun. Man, everybody look, the reason I'm lobbying for the big men, everybody has the big men, man. And they have a big man that can rebound like Steven Adams, and then they got a big man that can shoot like Sengun. See, so when you get Oklahoma City, they're gonna have Hartenstein, and then they're gonna have when he come back the little lanky guy that's gonna be
Mm.
able to stretch the floor. See, then
Mm.
then you got Aaron Gordon on the Denver Nuggets, and you got Jokic. You got Minnesota. They got, I mean, they got Julius Randle. Even though he's not up to par yet, he's gonna get there. But that's a three-headed monster right there on the front court.
Yeah.
Everybody
It
is beat.
is.
See,
They not that good, old man.
I understand. I understand that. But the principle is you get it. Dallas, they got big men. They got like a two, three-headed monster down there. You got
Mm-hmm.
to match with your opponent and be able to play the versatile styles of play.
I mean,
See,
I agree with you, but I just feel like we do have size. Like, you know, everybody keeps saying we don't have size. We do have size. Kawhi is 6'7", Nicholas Batum is 6'8". We got Amir Coffey, who's also 6'7". We got Kai Jones, who's 6'11". We got Zubac, who's 7
those
foot, and we
wing
got Mo
players,
Bamba, who's a 7 footer. That's
those
size. That,
That's
those
all
wing
wings.
players,
That's all wings.
those wing players, and Mo Bamba, he's non-existent.
I mean, I agree with you on Mo Bamba. He is
Yeah, Mo
non-existent.
Bamba,
That's who I want to get off of. I want to get off Mo Bamba. I want to get off Mo Bamba
what a
immediately.
terrible pickup. We don't really have a four, man. I mean, we got a
Most
bunch
teams
of
don't have a 4 though. Most teams don't have
yeah.
4s.
Julius
Like, I mean,
Randle's a four.
but see, but here's the thing though. Kawhi have always. I know Kawhi, the 4 is not his natural position. I would like to see him go back to the 3, but we're not going to sit here and act like Kawhi don't match up well with Julius Randle. He beats them every time that they play. Anytime that they match up against each other, Kawhi gets the better of Julius Randle. So I mean, he's a 4, but I'm not going to act like Kawhi can't match up with 4s because he can. I just would not like to see him match up with 4s. But I feel like you could put Nicholas Batum on a 4. Nicholas Batum is 6'8" with the wingspan of a 7-footer. Why can't you put him on a 4?
Nicholas Batum is what is he 6'8"?
6'8"
He's
with the
older.
wingspan of a 7-footer.
He's old. He's older. I think I don't have no problem him being backup. But the
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, probably not.
Our problem is we're not looking at our offensive deficiency. See, all those games, all those names you name, Skill, they not off. They not offensively impactful. They don't impact the offense. You need somebody that can impact the offense that's big and that can
I
take
agree with you.
double team. Even Zubac, if Zubac wished to catch that ball in the middle as well as he been playing, look what's going to happen. He's going to have guys all around him trying to stop, and you know he's not a good free throw shooter. See, we
Yeah,
got to look at
I agree
all.
with you, old man. I agree with you. That's why I agree on the trade that you proposed for old buddy from the Bulls. I agree with. If we can get him, then by all means we need to get him. Like I'm not disagreeing with that at all because we do have offensive deficiency. Only point that I'm making is we have to give Kawhi time to get back in the flow. The point I was making about the game last night is if Kawhi just gives us 20 points last night, if he just gives us 20 points, we win by 10.
Eventually, he's going to get there, though. But in the meantime, we want to take as much pressure off Kawhi because we want him when it counts. We don't want him
Agree,
no more.
agree.
See, and trying to make these guys hit 3-pointers when they not 3-point shooters. You know, trying to because Ty Lue said, "Well, I want to shoot 35 to 43 points a game." You know, with who? Who you shooting with? Chris Dunn, Derrick Jones Jr. These guys are not 3-point shooters. They slashers. They one play defense, and Derrick Jones Jr. is a slasher. You know, you can't rely on them guys to hit 3-pointers consistently. See,
I
so
agree. I agree.
if you're going to get a wing, make sure you get a wing that's like for the sake of speech, like a sniper type that
Okay.
specializes in 3-pointers. Not nobody who's very athletic but can't shoot. That's what we got. Athletic wings, but can't shoot. Nobody can shoot except Amir Coffey and Norman Powell. Kevin Porter Jr. is not a good 3-point shooter.
No, he not. But I feel like T Man for the rest of the season. I feel like T Man is gonna get his 3-point percentage up at least into the high 30s, 40%. I think he's gonna get that up. I can just tell by the way he's shooting. He's shooting with more confidence. I'm cool with the trade, man. I just don't want to change the fabric of the team too much. You know, I'm cool with making the trade, but I just don't want us to, you know, throw away all of the work and the continuity that we put together in this roster. And another narrative I want to push back on, I keep hearing people say that we don't have our identity. That is cap. We have our identity. Our identity is defense. It's been our identity the whole season. That's how you get number 5, number 6, and defensive rating. It might not be the identity that y'all want it to be. It might not be an offensive identity, but we have an identity. We hang our hat on defense.
The different skills is this. Oklahoma City got an identity too, don't they? It's defense, right?
True.
But look at their offense.
But they have more talented players, man. Like they're deeper than us, and their one superstar has been there all season. So they've had time for their offense to be clicking on all cylinders. Our best player hasn't been here all season. We have to give him time to get acclimated to the lineup.
Skills, which is why I agree with you with that. I think Chris Dunn should move to. If we don't make a trade, Chris Dunn should move to the bench and have Derrick Jones play the 4, have Kawhi play the 3, and then you know what I'm saying, play like that. Then you don't have to have Kawhi at the 4, put Derrick Jones at the 4. Then you don't have to worry about that. I just think Ty Lue, like you said, he has all the pieces I think he needs. He just needs to put it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with you. The focus needs to be on Ty Lue. He has to make the right game plan, the right adjustments. I'm cool with moving Dunn to the second string, especially if that gets the ball out of Kevin Porter Jr. hand. And I mean, they need to make that move right now. You know what I mean? Like move him to the second string, second lineup. Let him be the primary ball handler. Either have T-Man at the 2. When I do agree with Derrick Jones Jr. being at the 4. When you sit him down, you bring Nico Batum in. And when you sit Zubac down, you need to either bring in Kai Jones or Mo Bamba, even if it's in limited spot minutes. What I don't want to see is I don't want to see the small ball lineup when you got Nicholas Batum at the 5 and Kawhi at the 4, and then they interchange, and sometimes Kawhi being at the 5. I don't want to see that. Kawhi is not ready for that yet. Kawhi needs to be playing in the 3 position like you're doing, catch and shoot threes. I don't even want to see him in the post right now. I want them to keep doing how they've been doing. I don't want Kawhi to run the offense. I want him to get down the floor, get into his spot, or post up in the corner for the corner 3 until he get his legs under him. What we don't need to happen by any means is we don't need any setbacks. From this point on, for the rest of the season, we need Kawhi to be here. We need him to be healthy. So I want him in a limited capacity. I'm cool with the 20 minutes, but T. Lue has to make the right lineup. If he don't make the right lineup, it don't matter who we get. He gonna fuck it up anyway.
Hey, Skills, what you think
What's
about
up?
Harden going to the bench?
Man, see, you know, that's what me and you have a little disagreement right there, BJ. Like you cool with him coming off the bench, and I'm okay with him coming off the bench, but I think we just overlook what Harden gives to the team, man. Like we already have spacing issues. Like old man just said a mouthful. We don't have a whole lot of shooters. And when he said that, I was thinking while he was talking, I'm like, you know what? He's right. We don't really have a whole lot of shooters. We only got a couple of elite shooters on the team. And just so happened, James Harden is one of those elite shooters. So I think moving him to the bench, it just messes with our spacing just a little bit too much for my liking. I do believe that Christopher Dunn brings more intangibles than Harden, because I'm thinking about that lineup. And you got Christopher Dunn, and you got Powell at the 2, and then you got Kawhi, Derrick Jones Jr., and Zubac. That's a hell of a defensive lineup. But then we go into the same problem that old man was saying. Our offense is gonna struggle though. So I mean, if we could figure a way to move him to the bench and our offense not suffer because of it, I'm cool. But right now, I just feel like if we move him to the bench, the starting 5 is gonna rely too heavily on Kawhi, Zubac, and Norm. You know what I mean? And speaking of Norm, real quick, just to segue, I think Norm needs to lock back in on his defense. I seen last night he missed a couple of defensive assignments, and I didn't like it. And I don't like him jacking up all these shots. It is a such thing as a good and bad shots, and I think last night he took some bad shots. If the shot ain't there, get off the ball.
So let me ask one more question. So what is Harden? Okay, so if Kawhi, when he gets back to, we all assume Kawhi gonna get back to his normal self. So how important is Harden if Kawhi is doing most of the doing a lot of the scoring? Like say he's averaging 25, 30%, 30 points per game off of like 45, 50% shooting. And you got Norm locked in, you got Zubac locked in, you got good defense around. How important will Harden's offense be? Will we need to have all them 3-point shooters? Because I don't recall Kawhi being much of an offense. He don't really need a lot of 3-point snipers. He need guys that's gonna play defense, and he need guys that's gonna be take care of the ball. And that's two
true.
things Harden don't tend to do.
That's true. I mean, I just think with Harden being out there, because you know, like I know Kawhi's gonna demand a double team. Like that's just gonna happen, especially once you start knocking down the mid range. They're gonna send a double element every time. I think by the spacing being on the floor, if you have Harden in the corner, or you have Norman Powell in the corner, and even if you have Derrick Jones Jr. at the top of the 3-point line, or whatever the case may be, that just makes it a little more difficult for them to load up on Kawhi. Because believe me, once Kawhi gets back to about 85, 90%, the double is gonna come all the time because he's so automatic at the mid range. But I think when you have Harden out there, it spaces the floor. But here's the only thing that I will give you, BJ. If you have Kawhi clicking on all cylinders, and you have Zubac clicking on all cylinders, and if you have Norman Powell clicking on all cylinders, that can be enough offense for the starting lineup. I do agree with that point. There can be enough offense. And maybe you bring Harden off the bench and have Christopher Dunn in the starting lineup. I'm only thinking about
You're
those
not
one-off.
starting Chris Dunn. You're not starting him. You're putting Coffee or Terrence Mann in that lineup. Like
So
Chris Dunn,
who gonna control the ball?
What you mean?
I mean, like, who gonna bring the ball up the court?
I mean, it's gonna have to be Norman Powell, KPJ, or somebody, bro. Chris Dunn,
Man,
he's not
bro, we
that.
can't do, bro,
Chris
we can't
Dunn,
do KBJ, bro.
Chris
We can't
Dunn,
do
Chris Dunn,
KBJ.
he's not that, bro. He's not that, bro. Yeah, I'm
I mean,
starting
but
James Harden. I'm not. If you talking about James
you
Harden
said
coming
you
off the
said he's
bench, Chris
not that,
Dunn
but
is
like,
not starting, bro. Chris Dunn is
but
not
what are you
starting. Like what?
expecting? What are you expecting from Chris Dunn? Like you said, he's not that. Like we expecting 20, 10, and 5 from him or something. He's there for what we need. I mean, it ain't too many people
What
on the
what
Clippers
what
team that play
what
defense
what
better
what
than
do
him. It's
he
only two or three.
what does Chris Dunn do? What do he do?
Bro, lockdown point of the attack defender. We only have like Kawhi and
Hey,
Derrick Jones
hey,
Jr. on the team that do that.
hold on, Skills. I think we just met. My name Money Monty, bro. We just
What
met.
they do?
Hey BJ, how much did Anthony Edwards had last night?
30, think 37.
And we talking about point and attack defender. Like,
Bro,
come on, bro.
let me ask you this, all right? So you said how many points did he have last night? He got those points in the second half, first of all, and then we played them what 2 or 3 times this season. This is the first good game that Anthony Edwards have had the entire season against
Bro,
us.
Chris
And who
Dunn.
was
I'm
on
just
him?
saying,
And who was
Chris
on?
Dunn.
But who was guarding him?
Chris Dunn shouldn't be in no starting lineup, bro. I'm just gonna put it to you like that, bro.
I mean, I can't. I'm not gonna sit here and make a big argument for him to be in the starting lineup, depending on the personnel. But if you look at our team, I don't see how you can say that because it ain't too many people that should start over him. I mean, the only argument that you can
What
make
you
is
mean? I'm
there.
starting.
So
What? I'm starting Amir Coffee over him. I'm starting Terrence Mann over him. I'm
so
starting Derrick
you
Jones
go
over him right now.
so
Like
you
what we
start.
talking about? What?
But I'm just trying to think about how
I'm
your
starting
lineup is gonna
KPJ.
be.
I'm starting KPJ over him. Like what? What we talking about?
You starting
I'm
KPJ
starting.
over
I
Christopher
still got
Dunn?
what's his name? Brown. I'm starting what's his name? Brown. I'm starting him over him. Like what?
Oh,
Kobe Brown.
oh
I'm
nah,
starting
bro.
Kobe Brown over him,
You
bro.
starting Kobe? See, bro, you just talking now, bro.
Nah, I ain't just talking. I'm
You
telling
just
you the
talking now,
truth.
bro. You started Kobe Brown, a guy that been played what spot minutes the whole season over Christopher Dunn,
Hell
one of the
yeah.
best point of
Chris
attack
Dunn, he's
defenders on
not,
the team.
bro. Chris Dunn is not what? He was in the G League, bro. He was just on the Utah Jazz, bro. Stop that, bro.
Man,
Fuck
bro,
is you
you
talking
sounding
about? He
crazy,
was
I,
just
bro.
in
I
the G
agree with
League.
Monty on this one.
Come
Man,
on, bro.
y'all
Like
sounding
stop that.
crazy, man.
He give
Y'all
you
sounding
he give
crazy.
you spurts. He give you spurts defensively, but he gives you nothing offense. Chris Dunn was not he not even he was drafted high and he's been nothing, bro. He just came out the G League,
Man,
bro.
he was in the corner by himself and could hit no shots last night.
Come on, bro. Like, stop that. We not about to
You
act
said
like
you
Chris
said he in the
Dunn.
corner by himself
Come
and couldn't hit
on,
no
bro.
shot. So he missed 2 shots, and now all of a sudden he just
Bro,
can't
come
shoot.
on.
Period.
I'm
How
starting.
many minutes did he get?
Come on,
I don't know
bro.
how many minutes he played last night, but I do know in the first half he was effective guarding Anthony Edwards. I do know that much.
Bro,
I do know that much. I do know that the only
it's
time Edwards,
another half. Anthony
bro, he
Edwards been
called
on
for
the bench.
screens all night. Bro, he called for screens all night. The only time you call for a screen is if the guy that is checking you is doing a hell of a job. Anybody just out here calling for screens just for the hell of it, especially powerful players like Anthony Edwards. Bro, he was scoring his points off of screens, bro. The only reason he started cooking was because Christopher Dunn couldn't get on top of the screen, not because he was just cooking this man on one-on-one coverage. Y'all need to stop that, man. Y'all got some biased
Okay, then.
eyelids because
So you take away the strength of your opponent. So now you got to make adjustments. Did we make any adjustments when he done that?
so is that a Christopher Dunn problem or a T. Lue problem?
Well, I mean, if he couldn't get the job done, who problem is it?
You say he couldn't get the job
If
done, but if the
Chris,
coach didn't
if
call
Chris,
no alternate plays
if
to help
Chris
him or move
Dunn,
nothing around,
if Chris Dunn couldn't get around the screens, what good is it because he can't score no points?
That's what I'm saying. Thank
so
you,
so
bro.
oh, so Karen Porter Jr. was cooking last night too. He was cooking. You
I
know,
don't
because
put too much.
y'all said
I don't put too much value on Kevin Porter Jr.
I'm
Yeah, I
just
would.
saying, old buddy said that he'll switch out Karen Porter Jr. with Christopher Dunn. Are you
Yeah, I
serious?
would.
Karen Porter Jr. can't even
That's just
score on the
me. I'm
second
saying
string defending him.
that's just me. I'm switching him any day because Kevin Porter is drop 25, 30 in spurts on your ass, or
Bro,
you
he,
might
he,
not
ain't,
get
he ain't
nothing.
dropped 25,
Or
30 all season.
no, I'm saying that's the Kevin Porter. He man, y'all need to keep him, man. You talking about trading Kevin Porter? Y'all need to keep him, man.
Yeah, he trade bait, man.
Bro, I mean, I started my statement off by saying I do think Karen Porter Jr. is a good player, and I think for a certain team he would fit in on, right on time. I just think for the Clippers, he's not what we need. Just for the Clippers, because I want him to get an opportunity somewhere else. I think he is good.
You got PJ Tucker, you got Bones Highland, you got Kevin Porter Jr.
PJ
You
still
got
play for you?
you
I
got
ain't know
you got
PJ still played.
you got Mo
Yeah,
Bamba.
they sent him home, bro, at the
You
beginning
got
of the season.
What's his name? Jordan Miller. Is that his name?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jordan Miller, I like him.
And Chris Dunn. See, all those guys, all those new guys. When it come playoff time, man, you can't play them over Terrence Mann. You can't play them over Amir Coffey. You can't play them
No,
over.
you can't play
You
them
can't
over
play them
Derrick
over
Jones.
Norman Powell.
You can't
I,
play
mean,
You
I
can't
them
even
agree.
over.
play them.
I agree.
You can't even play them over Nicholas Batum.
I
Nah,
agree.
for real.
I agree,
Because
100%.
see, so like I said earlier this season, I believe they plan just to see what kind of adjustments we'll be able to make by trade deadline. That's how I see them playing. I think you know how it is when you assess a house and you assess the house more than it's really valued at, and then you end up selling the house for what you know the house is worth or that you kind of want. I think that's what's going on with these players. You overvalue them so that you can get a good return back. You're not going to get the value that they overvalue that, but you'll get a good return back.
So I just got a question. Like, who is overvaluing these players? Because I heard that earlier too. I'm just trying to see who overvaluing, because they don't talk about us in the media. Clippers don't get no headlines in ESPN, First Take, none of that. They're not talking about us. So who are these people that's overvaluing these players? Like, our records show that we are okay team, but I don't see nobody saying that these players that we have are world beaters. They
Oh,
just say that they good
All
complimentary
Clipper
role
fans.
players.
I didn't name Derrick
Clipper
Jones
fans.
Jr. too. I didn't name
Clipper
him.
fans.
Oh,
Basically, what
Clippers
he's
fans.
saying, but basically, what old man, he said at the beginning of the year, he said he thought we had enough to replace what we lost, and like, that these guys won't come in here and just do the jobs that the people if we lost and we didn't. We're gonna get it done by committee. We ain't gonna miss a beat. When Kawhi, like, that's what I think old man was saying. I don't know if that's what he meant.
So I mean, I get it, but see, my thing is, right. This time last year, where were we sitting in the seating? And we had 4 Hall of Famers. I feel like we was in the same spot.
Let me check.
So if we were in the same spot, then these role players that we got to replace PG and Westbrook, they did come in, and we have been doing it by committee.
Okay, against who though?
We
We was
played
in a
good
lot.
teams.
Okay, we was in a lot of games at the beginning of the season. We was in a lot of games from the end of October going into the end of November. Though those were games that those guys had to prove themselves. Look at it like
And
they had to prove themselves. All those new guys, Chris Dunn, Kevin Porter Jr., and the rest of them, they had to prove themselves to see if they were able to be in the rotation. See, now you in January, and then you have to look at the teams. What quality teams did they prove themselves against?
oh man, we played quality teams. In fact, at the beginning of the season, we had one of the toughest schedules in the entire league.
I
Like,
understand.
so if we had one of the toughest schedules in the entire league, had some of the most back-to-backs in the entire league. We played solid teams, and we have beat solid teams up until this point. And a person can even make the argument that if Terrence Mann didn't get hurt and James Harden didn't miss the 1 or 2 games that he did, and Norman Powell didn't get hurt and missed a couple of games that we did, our record would even be better than what it is right now. So I'm not understanding. I feel like Clippers fans like to panic. Anytime we lose, we panicking. Oh, we need to do this. Sometimes you got to stay put and thug it out with the team that you have and just keep building and building and building. I didn't want to lose PG either, but he's gone now. And I do think that the players that we have by committee, our record is the exact same that it was last year. It's no different. We sit in the same spot. So, I mean, and the West have gotten better this year.
We were
So I'm just
23-13 at this point last year.
23-13. And what's our record now?
Come on.
20-16.
All right. So we had won a couple more games. And that's with 4 Hall of Famers.
Do you think this team is better than last year's team?
Hell no.
See, I disagree. I think it's better.
Hell no.
I think it's better. I think our defense is way better than it was last year.
Yeah,
Even though our offense,
defensively, hell yeah.
so I feel like our defense. I mean, okay, I can see a person saying both sides. I can see a person being both sides.
Whoa. Hold on. The defense was better at this time than last year? This defense is better at this time than last year. Is that
man, our defense has never been this good since I've been watching the Clippers. It has never been this good.
How come we had a better record last year?
We had 4 Hall of Famers. 4.
So you mean who on this team had a better defense than Russell Westbrook and Terrence Mann?
We still got Terrence Mann, and Christopher Dunn played defense way better than Russell Westbrook.
No, you don't.
This year,
yes, he does, dude. Yes, he does.
This year,
y'all boy crazy, man.
This year, who's on the team that had a better defensive rating than Russell Westbrook and Terrence Mann last year?
Terrence Mann is still on the team, so that's none and void. Derrick Jones Jr. and Christopher Dunn. You can have BJ check the numbers, but I think up until this point, their defense has been better than whatever Westbrook was doing last season.
Check the numbers.
Okay.
Because
I'll do it right now.
Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all just are fascinated with the names. I ain't looking at the names. I'm looking at the defensive continuity, bro. Our defense has never been this good, even though it was supposed to be.
Definitely better because y'all top 4, top 5, top 6.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We weren't even in the top 10 last season.
The defense is definitely, I would say, is better, but this team is not better than the team that they had last year. I'm not gonna lie.
Last year,
and I can.
25-6 run, bro.
I'm missing something here. Who made the defense better than last year?
The fact that we got a defensive coach in Jeff Van Gundy, the fact that the defensive schemes, nobody barely missing their defensive assignments, the fact that we got multiple on the ball defenders and wings that defend, like it's multiple different reasons I can give you on why the defense is better. But there's no way that you watching these Clippers games and honestly saying that the defense that we've had a better defense than the defense that we're seeing this year. There's no way. There's absolutely no way.
So you saying our wing defense last year is not as good as our wing defense this year?
No, it's not. And that's with Kawhi, without Kawhi playing. Okay. Our defense has still been better.
Wow.
See, man, you saying this like the numbers don't support what I'm telling you. The numbers will support what I'm saying. Our defense is better this year. At no point of Kawhi and PG's tenure were we ever in the top 10 in defense. Not at one point. Even the first year when we had Patrick Beverly and all these people and we were supposed to be defensive stoppers, our team have never lived up to the defensive name or the defensive aura that we were supposed to have. Our offense did. Our offense did.
113.3 for Westbrook defensive rating.
Is that a good rating?
Yeah, that's pretty solid. I think that's solid. Yeah.
Where Terrence Mann at?
I'll check right now.
Man, Terrence Mann's still on the team, old man. He's still on the team.
No,
so that's not involved.
We talking about defense. We talking about defense.
I mean, but man, if you were talking about offense, my mouth would be closed because the offense last year was through the roof. That's how we was able to have the record that we did because we overcompensated on offense for the lack of what we had on defense. So I won't make an argument on offensive rating, but defensively, there's no way that you can say that last year's team was better defensively than this team when we didn't even have a backup big period.
Put in Chris Dunn and put in Derrick Jones Jr. Them guys. See what the defensive rating is.
Last year or this year?
You
This year?
put him in this year.
This year? Okay.
So far.
Derrick Jones Jr. defensive rating 116.3. Westbrook was 113.3.
That was
What Chris
last
Dunn
year
at?
in Dallas. That was in Dallas
Westbrook,
last year.
this year. Derrick Jones has a defense rating of
This year?
116.3. Westbrook had 113.3. Oh no, that
Okay.
was last year. I'm tripping. Last year for
Yeah, that's
Derrick.
last year.
You got to put 2024, 2025.
Derrick Jones is 110.1. So Westbrook and
This year?
D. Jones have the same defensive rating.
Who is that?
Derrick Jones Jr.
And Terrence Mann.
No, Westbrook. Derrick Jones and Westbrook have 110.
Okay.
So,
Put
what
Chris Dunn in there. See what he had.
That's
So
crazy.
what-
And that's 110 without Westbrook checking the other team's best player. Derrick Jones Jr. 9 times 10, he's guarding the other team's best player on a night in, night out basis.
So you say for this year or for last year, old man, or this year?
No, this year. Because the defense is supposed to be better this year.
Oh man, it's not supposed to be better. It is better.
Okay.
Chris Dunn's defensive rating is 107.3.
Oh my God. This nigga is supposed to be a lockdown defender and all this.
Bro,
Come
these
on,
guys are
bro.
guarding the other team's best players. That wasn't
on,
Westbrook's
bro.
job last year, bro. That wasn't his job last year. He was
It
not
wasn't,
guarding the
bro.
best players.
Did
It
you see
wasn't, but
what
you said he was
Westbrook
a better
did against?
defender than Westbrook. You just said he, you know what I mean?
Bro, he is, bro. He is.
All right,
I'm
bro.
sorry. I'm just don't know what game y'all watching. Westbrook else
All
probably
right.
do everything else better. He probably
And
get
he's a
assists better, probably
point
score
scorer,
Bro, what
better.
you mean?
and that's the
He
point.
does everything better than him.
He's a
Chris
better
Dunn has
player.
never done
That's the
anything better
Yeah,
point.
than
How do
Westbrook.
but
you
he
get rid of
is a better
Westbrook?
player.
He doesn't done
He's a
nothing
better
Wait a
player,
minute,
bro.
you know what I mean?
He is.
Skills. How do you get rid of Westbrook with all those intangibles for Chris Dunn?
Right. Stop it, bro. Like you
Bro,
sound crazy,
you
bro.
saying like get rid of him. Westbrook wanted to leave. There was
No, he
nothing we could
did.
do to
No,
make
he
him,
did
bro.
not. No, he
Bro,
did
the
not. They
second
traded him, bro.
PG left, it was over with. He was not staying there
Come
without
on,
PG.
bro.
PG is the reason he came.
Come on, bro.
It was over with, man. Like, and I'm not even on here making the argument that Christopher Dunn is a better player than Westbrook. That'd be foolish to say. But I'm talking about a guy that you could put on the other team's best defender on a night in, night out. Man, Westbrook wasn't doing that. I don't care what y'all say. He wasn't doing that.
Man, they got
I've
Terrence
seen
Mann for that.
Westbrook when
That's
on the
what
ball.
we
I've
was
seen
saying.
Westbrook guard like some. I think against Anthony Edwards, I think Westbrook would have done a better job.
Come on,
It's just
bro.
certain things. It's just certain things, bro. Like Chris Dunn's a good defender, but I'm not asking Chris Dunn to guard the top players and doing like they. I gotta see what they doing in the outcome. Is he guarding SGA? Is he guarding Anthony Edwards? Like how is he doing on a job with them? I don't. I'm not so sure he's. Who has Chris Dunn stopped this year?
Nobody. He hasn't stopped. Who has he stopped, bro?
Okay, so let's be
Come
real
on,
now.
bro.
You're not stopping no elite player in the NBA. It's not happening. You can slow them down, but stopping that means they're not scoring no points. You keeping them in single digits. That's not happening.
Right.
And when you think about Westbrook last season, bro, he was coming off the bench. So most cases when he was guarding the team's second lineup. It was rare that he was guarding the team's first lineup. You got
So
Chris Dunn in the starting lineup, which means he's guarding the other team's best players on a night in, night out basis. Like you're not finna stop them. You're not finna
so
keep
All
Anthony
right.
skills.
Edwards to 5 points. You think that's
All right.
happening for
So
real?
skills. I saw Westbrook guard Kevin Durant, bro.
Come
No, he
on, that's
did.
what I'm
He
saying.
did.
I was
I
just
But
don't
about to.
think Chris Dunn can do that.
I was literally about to
you
cook
don't
him
think
with
he
that.
can? You don't think he can guard Kevin
Kevin Durant,
Durant?
hell
Oh,
no,
hey, skills,
hell no.
skills.
He ain't got the
What?
athleticism to guard him.
Let Kevin Durant
I
got
get
let Kevin Durant play. Let the Suns play the Clippers and Kevin Durant know Chris Dunn checking him tonight. Boy,
I
he
saw
dropping 40 on
Kevin
him, boy.
Durant did this year. They couldn't stop him this year.
Come on, bro. Stop
Hey,
it.
He
skills.
lost
Come
all
on,
of our
bro.
means against
What you
them.
talking about? What?
He was
DJ.
Put
killing
Kevin
Chris Dunn
Durant,
and
boy.
Amir
Bro, first of
Coffee and
all,
Ray Jones.
I wouldn't even put Dunn on Kevin Durant. Like if that's who you got guarding him, I feel like that's a whack ass lineup in the first place, I would
Nah, I
have
know that,
Derrick Jones Jr.
but
on him, or I would have Kawhi on him.
That's what we saying. That's the difference. You Russ here, go check KD, and he's done it multiple times on multiple occasions, and the Clippers won. So you feel
I
what
mean,
I'm saying? So,
that is true, but then y'all just want to forget about the context. Context is important. True enough, Russ can check him, but he played with the man for what, 5-6 years. He know his tendencies. He done worked out with him in the summer. It's easier for you to guard a player when you know them and you have a relationship with
What
them.
about Luka? What about Luka? I saw
But
Russ guard Luka too.
but that wasn't Luka's primary defender. His primary defender was T-Man.
Well, I'm just saying. I think, but you kind of see what I'm saying. I think against like superstars and star players. I mean, I think I seen him guard like those type of that's why I asked like, who is Chris Dunn even
right, come
really
on,
slowed
bro. He
down?
moving the goalpost, bro. Like, come on,
I mean,
bro.
bro, I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm just saying context is important. Like I'm not making the argument that Christopher
What's the
Dunn is a better
context,
player.
though,
He's not a better
Spence?
player, bro.
What's the context, though? I mean,
The,
because
the context is, oh man, is the fact that Christopher Dunn guards the other team's best player every night. That wasn't the case with Westbrook. That's the context. That wasn't the case, bro. He came off the bench when he was with the Clippers majority of last season.
Who has he guarded?
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? Who was playing defense on the 20 games that we won this season? You want to sit here and make me believe that Chris Dunn wasn't effective and didn't guard nobody this entire game, entire 20 games that we won? He was just a non-factor.
This is Chris Dunn's splits. He averaging 6.7 points. He averaging 3.4 rebounds, 2.7 assists, 1.6 steals, and 0.3 blocks. I mean, come on, man. That's why I talk about, BJ, how we overvalue these guys.
Bro, y'all funny, man. This is talking overvalued. The only argument that I'm making is he's a solid defensive player. I never said this nigga was a world beater. I never said that he was in there.
This is Westbrook's stats coming off the bench.
Bro,
He
you
averaging
talking about
12
Westbrook?
points.
He's not even on the team.
No, hold on. We comparing defensive rating. He averaging 12 points, 4.6 rebounds, 6.6 assists, 1.7 steals, and 0.5 blocks.
Bro, guarding the second lineup. You overlooking that fact. Guarding the second lineup.
What is Westbrook record in the starting lineup?
I think 9-3.
All right then.
Yeah, Westbrook been shit. He been
Come on,
outplaying
Steve.
Jamal Murray. Honestly,
That was bad getting rid of Westbrook for Chris Dunn. That was bad. And plus the leadership intangibles Westbrook had.
I believe the last 2 games he's only missed like 1 shot. Like he went like 6.
Man, you keep saying like get rid of, man. We didn't get rid of. He asked to be traded. Now you got to honor his wishes. He's a superstar going down in the Hall of Fame. He asked to be traded. You got to move him.
BJ, he against the Timberwolves last night. He 1 for 5, 2 points, 0 for 4 from the 3-point line, 0 assists, 2 blocks. This your point guard, starting point guard.
Nasty work. That is nasty work.
You talking about Harden?
Chris Dunn.
That's nasty.
So let me ask you this, old man. Is Chris Dunn the reason we lost that game?
Let me run this. No, I'm talking about him specifically, about the overvaluing.
But that's what I'm asking you. Is he the reason that we lost the game last night?
But he didn't do enough.
Since we locking in on Christopher Dunn.
He missed potentially 12 points. He was 0 for 4 from the 3-point line.
So he the reason we lost the game. I just want a clear answer. He the reason we lost the game last night.
Well, according to these stats, yeah, he could have done better.
Okay. All right. I just want to get you on record.
Especially being a starter.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't score but 2 points as a starter.
Oh my God!
Look, matchup is everything. My original statement when I first got on the channel tonight, I said I felt like that was the wrong lineup to go with last night for this particular team. But we're not gonna act like that we just didn't see him do a great job the 2 nights before when he played the Hawks. We weren't walking around saying Christopher Dunn was a liability that night.
Oh, well, let's look at the stats then. 2 points against the Hawks, 1 for 2 from the field goal, 3
Who was he
rebounds.
guarding?
Wait a minute,
Who was he guarding?
Hold on. See, 0 assists, 1 steal, 1 block.
Oh man, who was he guarding?
See, when you talk about, see, the difference is if you can't do it on the defensive side, you got to make it up on the offensive side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. You're right in that
If you
assessment.
can't do it on the offensive side, you damn well better do it on the defensive side.
Well,
You
that's
got
why
to
you
have
even out.
more than you got
Why
to
you even
have
out
more than
there?
3 rebounds. You got to have more than 1 steal, 1 block.
Right.
And if
If
you
he
good,
just is locked down, he's
if you
just
not
locked
respond,
down
like
defender.
I could tell Derrick Jones, like I can see why he out there, but it's like if you not offensively okay, if you can't put the ball in the basket, that's not your role. At least do your defensive side. Like you can't get at some point you can't be a double negative. You should never be a double negative. If you're not there to score the ball, you can't be a double negative.
Man.
That is it
Look,
should be
and I
easier.
agree with you, BJ. I agree with you, BJ. I don't disagree with what you're saying. The only pushback that I have against what y'all saying right now is, okay, he played defense. You say he's not giving you nothing on the offensive end. But like, how much of that is on Christopher Dunn and how much of that is on the coaching and calling plays to make it easier for these guys to get buckets? Because the truth of the matter is everybody in the league can't create their own shot and can't get their own bucket. That's just the truth. So you got to run plays to get some of these guys open, to get these guys easier shots, easier touches. So Chris Dunn out there. And then another thing people don't seem to understand is when you are playing elite defense and you picking up full court and you picking up half court and you guarding the other team's best player all night, sometimes you don't have the energy for offense. That's just the truth of the matter. It's hard to play elite defense and perform elite on the offensive end every night. That's why two players, Kawhi and these other guys, they are rare, special breeds because it's hard to do. And I don't care how much you train, how much you run it. Sometimes the stamina for that is just unreal to be able to do both things. So you get a person like Chris Dunn who may be, guarding the other team's best player all night. I'm not expecting him to give me 10 and 15 points if I know that he has the toughest defensive assignment all night. But I feel like that can be negated with coaches. You can get him some dribble handoffs, some easy things around the basket where he can get some floaters or some layups or something. I just don't think you can just look at Christopher Dunn, call out what you see on the stat sheet, but not really take into account what you're saying in the actual game. And I think that's the biggest discrepancy that I'm having. You can call out his numbers, but that don't mean nothing to me because I'm actually watching the game. I actually see different things and understand what it takes to really be able to play defense on that type of level for the entirety of a game. It's not as easy to say it than done. It's not 2K.
Why play a player 21 minutes if he doesn't affect the game? You're talking about you looking at what he do on the court. But if his numbers not affecting the game, what the hell he out there for?
But that's the point that I'm making, old man. That's the T. Lue problem. Because maybe Christopher Dunn is a better player only playing 15 minutes a night.
But maybe he may be out there at all if he putting these kind of numbers up.
But you saying he can't be out there at all like we don't have a winning record. See, that's what's killing me. You saying that like he hasn't been contributing to winning. He has.
Now I'm going back to what Monty is saying. If his numbers don't equate in that specific game in winning, then why don't you give Amir Kofi the minutes? Why don't you give somebody else those minutes? If you
I agree with that.
If you got him out there, he's not productive as he should be, or that we raving about him to be. Then you got to give somebody else those doggone minutes, and that's the reason we lost the game because then nobody else get those minutes.
I agree, but it was more than Christopher Dunn minutes. It was Kevin Porter Jr. minutes should have been split. But also, it was a couple people minutes that should have been split. I agree with what you're saying, old man. I don't feel like Christopher Dunn should have played as many minutes as he played last night. Because he would have been sitting on the bench with me if I was the coach.
His point of attack defense obviously wasn't all that great.
It was in the first half. But that's the point that I'm making, old man. It's hard to play elite defense when you guard Anthony Edwards for an entire game. I know we like to sit here and say, oh, it's easy to do, but if you're an athlete and you really work and play basketball, you understand it takes more energy and more tenacity to play defense than it does to play offense. Playing defense at an elite level, trying to guard somebody like Kevin Durant or Anthony Edwards all night, it's only they gonna get off at some point and you're gonna wear down before they do. That's just reality. You can't play elite defense like that all all game. That's why the defensive assignment and the switches got to be there. I wouldn't have played him as many minutes as he played last night. T-Man would have got some of those minutes. T-Man would have got some of their responsibilities. But if he's on a Because really, if we're talking about point of attack, let's be real. Let's look at our team. If we're talking about point of attack defenders, we only have Christopher Dunn, we have T-Man, we have Derrick Jones Jr., and we have Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard can't do it right now. And T-Man is on minute restrictions, so that leaves Derrick Jones Jr., and that leaves Christopher Dunn, the only one that we could have comfortably put on Anthony Edwards. So our options were limited last night.
What about Amir Coffey?
I don't think he does well on point of attack. I think he's a good defender, but he's not as good a defender as T-Man on point of attack defender. I don't think he's as good as T-Man or those other people that I named. But taking nothing from Amir Coffey, I think you put him on people like Kevin Durant, other wings, and then some two guards, I think he does well. But when you're talking about somebody shifting like Anthony Edwards, I don't think that's a good matchup for Amir Coffey. No different than Luka Doncic is not a good matchup for Amir Coffey. But T-Man can take that assignment. I'm just looking at the overall thing, man. Like, I'm looking at our record, where we are this year, our defensive prowess. The only problem that I'm seeing is coming down to coaching and the need for a backup big. If we address those two things, I don't see a problem with the team that we have. I really don't.
Like I say, I don't see a difference between him and Patrick Beverly, to be honest, as far as the way that they play. I
agree with that. I agree with that. He's just taller and bigger.
Yeah, but the way that they play is just like Patrick. He do good in spurts, but most of the time, you know, when he was on the Clippers, most of the time, you know, he could have done better. He could have done better. It was games that he did well, but most of the games, you know, he was more of a how can I say it? He could have done better. That is just that simple. And I think putting Man on the bench when Man has proven himself, you know, because all that we see this young brother doing, Man was doing already. I
agree with that.
Man, the only reason he started now is because Man at some point lost his confidence for a second. That's the only reason he started.
And I explained that a little bit too about a couple of weeks ago of what I think, you know. So it's just a thought, it's a theory, but I just think T-Man is one of the people. He don't do well with internal pressure. He do well with external pressure. He do well when it's game sevens, when his team going against a team rival, and you know the game fives and in the playoffs. T-Man does well with those type of things as long as he know his coaching staff believe in him, as long as he know his teammates and everybody believe in him. He doesn't do well with internal pressure. When he got to worry about whether his starting position is finna get taken. He got to worry about whether the coaches is losing faith in him and stuff like that. That kind of weighs on his mindset. You can see it in his play. I think him getting hurt was actually a blessing in disguise, because I think the second half of the season, I think he's gonna play well. And don't be surprised if T. Lue makes that adjustment and think about putting T-Man back in the starting lineup. I just think T-Man is, in my opinion, is a better player than Christopher Dunn, and he's more proven than Christopher Dunn. But at the point in the season where they made the switch, you got to just look at what was going on, and Christopher Dunn was playing better than T-Man at that time. You know what I mean? But I don't think that they're above changing that if T-Man gets on the streak that I think he's about to be on.
Now, we're not talking about James Harden. Sometimes we got to talk about numbers. I know most of the time people don't like to talk about them, but sometimes numbers do show the type of player that you are. And you got James Harden. He got 21.5 points a game this season. He got 6.1 rebounds, lone rebounds. He's not taking it off the board. He got 8 assists, most of them going to Zubac on the pick and roll, but he's shooting 39.1% from the field. That's not going to get it. 39.1% from the field. That's including 3-point shots. And he ranked 134th. So we raving about James Harden when he have a good game, but overall, he ain't getting the job done. So why not bring him off the bench, Let Terrence bring the ball up like he used to and swing the ball around from side to side. I bet you that ball would move from side to side where everybody would be involved.
And Kawhi would
I agree.
love playing with Terrence Mann, bro. He
I agree.
loved playing
I
with
agree.
Terrence.
No, I agree with that. I mean, and that's why I keep wanting to keep locking in on T. Lue. Like it. First of all, it's rare that you're gonna hear me talk about the coach because I try to stay away from criticizing the coach because I know how hard it is to be a leader amongst men, especially when you got multiple alpha males on the team and you got to be the leader that they listen to. It's easier said than done. And if anybody ever been in a leadership position and had to manage multiple men, you understand that you got to deal with egos, you got to deal with personalities, you got to deal with these things. So I'm always giving the coach a little bit of grace. But when I see the same mistakes being made over and over and over again, I got to call attention to the coach. This team could be a lot better than what it is even right now if we just made proper adjustments. I've watched games where he left Karen Porter Jr. in too long, or he left Zubac out for too long, or he let Harden do the pick and roll and dribble for too long. I personally think we need at least 2 or 3 offenses that we run. Our main offense can't be James Harden dribble, and then pass a ticking time bomb to somebody, or him slowing the play down because he want to walk the ball up the court. I think it would be good to let T-Man bring the ball up the court sometime, pass, move it around, and get shots off that way. But now I'm locking in on T. Lue. Why don't we have multiple offensive schemes at this point? I can understand when Kawhi wasn't there, but Kawhi is there now. I need to see you testing out some other offensive plays, some other offensive possessions. Like, I don't want to see Harden just keep bringing the ball up the court. And I think that's why a lot of people are souring on Harden, because it's like this. We know just from the past, this offense is proven not to work in the postseason. We know this. We all know this. Anybody who been watching James Harden career, we know this shit looks good in the regular season. Postseason, that dribble, step back shot, dribble, look for the pass. It don't work. Kobe said it don't work. We know it don't work. So if we all know this, how can the coach not know this? That's the question that I have. How can the coach not know that this offense is not going to be conducive to winning in the postseason? So I need to see you working on some different offensive schemes, and I'm not seeing that. When Kawhi won there, I understand. But now that he's back, man, we need some different offensive schemes, and we need it to happen like today because we need time to work out the kinks.
Right. You know why 39.1% James Harden stat, 39.1% field goal shooting? Because he's not. Look at his mechanics. If you look at his mechanics, especially from the 3-point line, it seems like he's always leaning to the side, and he shoot to try to draw a foul. He don't shoot with proper mechanics
To try to make the shot.
Yeah, he shoot to make the shot, but he try to draw fouls too much, or he looking to draw a foul while he's shooting for this miraculous 4-point play and all of that. So
that's been his whole career. He's done that his whole career.
His mechanics is really off this year, though. I'm talking about when you see him, he leaning to the side, and it's just crazy. So for him to, like one of the fellas said in the chat, 8 for 22. That's kind of consistent for James Harden. He'll shoot a 7 for 14. He'll get a 7 for 14 night sometimes, 7 for 16, maybe 8 for 17. But if you look at his mechanics, it's not the mechanics that we used to see him shooting. And he don't drive to shoot the mid-range fadeaway anymore. Only thing he's doing is relying on the 3-point shot, or he may go to the hole, shoot a floater, or he'll pass it off to Zubac on the pick and roll. Other than that, Harden used to be, he'll drive to the hole, and he'll come between the legs, and he'll step back and shoot a fadeaway in the mid-range. He don't do that hardly no more.
Because I agree.
He constantly taking 3-point shots. So that's hurting us offensively. And when you got one of your main guys shooting 39% from the field, that's the reason our offensive rating is what it is.
No, I agree 100%. And Harden, It's made Harden play is making, in my opinion, it's making T. Lue a little lazy because he understands that okay, I can put the ball in Harden hands. He come up the court. Worst case scenario, if Harden has the ball I mean, if he has the ball 6 possessions, and you can count on it at least half of those possessions. He gonna be able to make a play. Maybe even 4 of those out of their 6. He gonna be able to make a play. And then 2 of those possessions, you're gonna be like, what are you doing? You holding the ball too long, or you dribbling too much. But at least 4 of those out of the 6, he gonna make a good possession. And I think that's the problem. T. Lue is getting a little bit too comfortable with that, especially when you got so many multiple threats that you can go to. Man, if I'm the coach at the beginning of every game, the first person that get a touch is Zubac. First, that's literally every game he's going to get the first touch every time.
I agree with you right there.
I'm shooting him down there to Zubac. I'm gonna let him work out. I'm gonna let him work out every time. The second touch is either gonna go to Kawhi or it's gonna go to Norm. But I'm gonna have plays set up for my 3 offensive players. The first 3 plays, I'm touching one of them every time. It's not going to be dribble, dribble, dribble. That way, you keep the defense guessing. If I go to Zubac, if I go to Kawhi, if I go to Powell, and then I have James Harden running the pick and roll with Zubac, or then James Harden doing the dribble, 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 whatever he want to do. That's 5 different offensive possessions. Where we did 5 different schemes. Now the defense is guessing. But like last night. Last night we was going to Norman Powell way too much for my liking. We went to him like 3 or 4 possessions in a row. When he don't have it, or you see that the defense is gearing in or locking in on him, that's when you dump the ball down to Zoo, or you give Kawhi a touch, or you bring somebody else in and give them a touch. We went to him 3 possessions in a row.
Great point you made. You get Zoo involved early, because not only if you get him involved early on offense, he gonna want to play defense.
Exactly.
See, and if you give him the ball early in the game and let him get going, a rhythm, that's going to pull in other players possibly for a double team. Now, Norman got a wide open shot. Kawhi got a wide open shot. So, or Derrick Jones Jr., who can hit a 3-pointer every once in a while. He got a wide open shot. Or Nicholas Batum. See, that's how you utilize your big man. You utilize your big man to draw those guys off the 3-point line if that's what you want to do, shoot 3-pointers. If you go ahead on and feed the beast until until the defense make adjustments to him. Now, and Zubac, I have to actually give him credit. What game was it? He was passing the ball out of the double team. I think it was the game before this one.
Yeah, it was the Hawks. He did a good job of making reads.
Oh man, I ride Zubac, man. Like I be riding him, but I give credit what credit is due. He was outletting that ball to those guys on the 3-point line because they was collapsing on him, and that was good to see.
It was, and you can see the growth in Zubac. And the only point that I be getting on here and making is the only way that you get better is in the game. Like, I don't care how many reps you do outside. I don't care how many drills. I don't care how many people you got walking around putting their hands up, and how many people you got passing you the basketball. You can practice this stuff, but then you have to be able to get it off in game speed, get it off in game rhythm, be able to understand what you need to be looking for when a double team comes. And you only do that by touches. That's why I want to keep giving Zubac touches. I want to give Kai Jones some run, because the young man ain't going to never get better sitting on the bench. He'll never get better. So it's just like you got to get a lot of these players time to touch the ball and get acclimated. And you got to do it early and often. And that's the problem that I'm having with T. Lue, man. Like, I hate to keep bringing his name up, man, but these are simple adjustments that we can make. They're so simple. Adjustments, but they're going to be very effective.
Teams getting better, man. We just going to have to face the fact, although
that's true too.
We got the best player in the West, possibly in the league. Some of us feel that way. That's fine. But realistically, teams, especially in the West, getting better. I see Oklahoma City play against Boston, man, and what they did in that second half,
I think Boston only scored like what, 4 points or some shit like that. Like, it was crazy.
27 points.
Yeah, like
27 points.
Yeah,
and they 3 points deep. They 3-point defense, man. It was impeccable.
We played Boston tonight, so.
But I'm gonna tell you the key to that game, and really nobody talk about. You see how Hartenstein was moving in that game.
Yeah, that's a big one that we let slip out of our hands too. We could have had him too,
But he wasn't playing like that in New York. He's scoring a little bit more now, and he's playing with a lot more energy.
but he on a better he on a better team too, though, man. You know that breeds some, that give you some energy. You know what I
Now, I'm
mean? When you
gonna tell
on
you
a better team,
I mean, I think New York and OKC about the same for real.
the key to that team
ooh,
is the coach, man.
know about
The
that one.
key to Cleveland is the coach, and another key to Cleveland is that two-headed monster in the middle. See, people don't understand the league is getting bigger, man.
No,
The
that's true, man. That's true.
Allen and the other young guy that's playing the four spot that can bring that ball up the court. He kind of he's similar. I don't want to say low budget, but he could possibly be like Kevin Durant a little bit. 6'11", can bring the ball up the court. He can shoot mid range. He can play around the rim a little bit. He can rebound. Man, Cleveland a monster, man.
They
And
are,
the
man.
only
They
reason they
are.
are monsters is because Donovan Mitchell, now he see that he got a team now. And he can exploit a lot of teams with those big guys in the middle, man. I'm telling you. We gotta get big, man. We can't go around playing this small ball. I'm sorry.
Now, now, I agree with you 100% on that. The small ball not gonna work this season. I'm sorry. You have maybe one or two teams that you can play the small ball game with and get away with, but most teams, man, you're gonna have to be solid at the 5 and the 4. I think you can slide by with having two good centers. You can slide by without necessarily having to have a big ass four. But if you got just one center, which is what we have, we pretty much just have one center that we playing, and then we trying to run small ball. That ain't gonna work. And one thing that I really give T. Lou, he is notorious for hiding plays and then trying to pull these plays out during the playoffs and stuff like that. Like me watching him in the last 5, 6 years, he does that. It'll be one or two plays that he'll sit on. He'll sit on the whole year, and then he'll start pulling them out towards the playoff or as we get closer to the playoff. The only thing I don't like about that is I want to see these plays now so I can know whether we need to make a trade or not. Because sometimes plays alone ain't going to help you if you don't have the right personnel. So I need to see these plays early and often so I can be like, I see what you're trying to do, T. Lou, but that ain't going to work because we don't have the personnel to make that work. And, I'm not seeing the plays. I do think we need a backup big. I think that's my main concern with this team. I have no other concern besides the fact that we need a backup big, and we need it like
So,
yesterday.
so I think the biggest thing is because skills, I mean, trade. I think I mentioned this earlier. I just don't think it's about the players, man. I think it's more about I don't care who you bring in. If the system is ISO offense, like JM said, the only way it can really make sense is if you. That's why Harden the offense is so geared to him because he fits Ty Lue's mind. But that's not a winning offense. If you're gonna go into the season saying we're gonna run the ISO, I'm gonna tell you we're not gonna win because it's a team sport. So it's like at the end of the day, you're pretty much playing 1-on-5. Kawhi, as great as he is, bro, if we're relying on Kawhi to carry everything and he's not going to be able to do that against a full team. So I think the biggest question is, what does Ty Lue's playbook look like? And I said the only offense I see us winning a championship is the Kawhi offense, which is not ISO, which is ball movement, which is feeding the post, which is Kawhi being the main option, which is taking care of the basketball, not being ball dominant with your point guard. That's why I said like I don't see a Harden offense win a championship. But that's
I
the
agree.
offense that's the offense I see Ty Lue is putting as the main objective offense.
I agree. Let me ask you this, BJ. Do you think he just premiering that as the main offense right now because we don't have a choice? Like, I do agree with you. The Kawhi Leonard offense is the way to go. And since I've been watching the Clippers, primarily that's the offense that we run. But I don't think Kawhi is capable of running his offense right now. Like, would you agree with that or disagree? Or you think T. Lue is just going to run the Harden offense even when Kawhi is up to speed?
No, I
No,
agree.
no, it's gonna be the Kawhi offense when it's up to speed, but that's gonna force Harden to possibly that's gonna place him out of his comfort zone, which
Gotcha,
is a good
gotcha,
point.
gotcha.
to the point where it's like, what do you do with him? Is Harden gonna follow suit and be like a catch and shoot player and play off the ball and not be guy dominating the basketball? Is he gonna sacrifice his game, or is he gonna have to be put on the bench?
No, James Harden's not sacrificing his game. He's not going to sacrifice his game. I think he's going to be very shot heavy with Kawhi getting back into his regular rhythm. I think James Harden is still going to be his regular self, and Kawhi is going to be disappointed. Some games they're going to win. Some games Kawhi is going to be a little disappointed in James Harden. I'm just saying that's just my estimation. That's what I think.
But if you right, then James Harden gonna have to come off that bench. That's just what it is.
But James Harden, he's not. James Harden is not a player that's gonna accept that role, bro. He's not. He's not. James Harden is gonna pull what Jimmy Butler is pulling right now. Like he's gonna be like, I'm not happy, or that he's gonna want to get traded. Like then it's gonna be that drama. Like you feel me? James Harden is not a player you could just say, oh, we need you to be the sixth man. James Harden is not trying to hit none of that. He said he's the system. That's what he said, bro. And y'all
I
been
don't
going
see
with it
why he
ever
wouldn't
since.
try. Like, I don't understand why he would feel too good to come off the bench when you came in the league coming off the bench.
Now he
In your
did.
first two
Exactly.
years, you came in the league coming off the bench. So now you
Exactly.
too good to come off the bench. And the
Yeah,
guy
he
that you
did.
was playing behind came off the bench.
Right.
Not
Westbrook,
true.
Westbrook was starting. He was the star in OKC. You
Right.
was his backup, and he came off
Exactly.
the bench for you.
He
Like,
did.
come on.
He did. I agree with you, BJ. I really agree with both of y'all. I do agree that is James Harden mindset, and I also agree that the Kawhi offense is the offense to run. Like anybody who's been watching the Clippers, we know that's the most effective offense that we have, the Kawhi offense. But I personally don't think he's physically ready for that right now. I personally think that we have to keep running the
Nah,
James
he's not.
Harden offense.
I agree with you on that point. He's not physically ready, but when he does get into that point, I think, like you said, they gotta stick with the Kawhi offense. But let's just say Kawhi, let's say he hot one game, right? Let's say he hot. Is James Harden, is he gonna feed him? Or James Harden is gonna be like, nah, I'm taking this three. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like I
No,
just
I
feel like
feel that.
that's what James Harden he's gonna do. He gonna take away from what Kawhi is gonna bring, bro. That's how I just feel.
And that's why I feel like we need to see it early. That's why I don't want to sit on these plays. I need to see it early. I need to see early that, okay, let's say Kawhi had one of them games where shit, he on fire. He got 20 in the first half. And if James Harden go away from him, I need to see that. So because then I'll be on here saying what y'all saying. We need to get off his ass immediately. But I need to see it. You know what I mean? I need to see it. I need to see him be selfish like that. And if once I
Mhm.
see that selfishness, I'm not making any more excuses. I'm gonna be ready to make the move.
Nah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Bro, I enjoy watching basketball. I'm happy that Kawhi back. And I try to, not get too high, not get too low. I try to just stay in the center and watch what's going on and what the team giving me. Like, because if you would have asked me at the beginning,
I feel that, bro. I respect. I ain't gonna lie. I respect your perspective, like on how you see the game and basketball. Just the few minutes that you've been talking on, we ain't really meet before, but I do respect, where you coming from with things. I just feel like y'all need to tighten up just a little bit. And like you
for
said,
sure.
y'all can compete with this team y'all got, but BJ, how far y'all going? First round, right?
What if Kawhi's healthy?
Yeah, if Kawhi's healthy and y'all keep the same team, y'all don't make no trades. Y'all just keep the same team. But what's the furthest you feel like y'all can go?
I mean, I say we can. I mean, with a few things like we gotta adjust, like which the offense is gonna be, and we locked it. I feel like we can win it all, bro, or get to the finals. Because
Okay.
that's gonna mean Kawhi gonna have to be fucking Superman.
Exactly. That's what
Yeah,
I wanted
true,
you to. That's the board.
true.
That's the bottom point that I wanted you to get to. Like you feel what I'm saying? Like, come on,
True,
man. He has
true.
to
He
be
gonna
Superman for
he
that.
he
We gonna have
will
to be
be.
another Toronto run. Like you feel what I'm saying?
And to go along with your point, that's how he ended up getting hurt last year because we was relying on him to be Superman. So many games, even with all of the talent that we quote unquote had, a lot of for that 30 game stretch at the beginning of the season, I feel like PG started. He was our leader on the scoring. He started off scoring, but Kawhi always start off slow when it comes to scoring. He gonna give you everything else: defense, rebounds, assists, all of that. But sometimes his offense some time to get the clicking until his legs gets under him. So at the beginning of the season, PG was carrying us on the scoring. But then the second, we really got deep into the season, bro, so many games that Kawhi had to be Superman for us to get the W. And it wasn't that, the team wasn't playing well. It just came down to scheme and it came down to coaching. And we weren't making the proper adjustment. Only thing we relied on was we know we can always press that Kawhi button. We can press that Kawhi button. We get down by 5, press that Kawhi button, press that Kawhi button. And that shit wore him down, bro. Bro, I was surprised he didn't get hurt earlier in the season because he was playing way too many minutes. He was playing the most minutes of any superstar last year. You know how many miles that is on a man that's coming off a torn ACL and a torn meniscus, and you running them into the ground like that? Bro,
Mhm.
when Kawhi is healthy, I think he's top 5, if not the best player in the league. But even one superstar is not beating any team in the NBA the way that it's presently constructed. Not one
No,
superstar.
no,
It ain't
no,
gonna happen.
no. That's
It
what
ain't
I'm
gonna happen.
saying. So, BJ, I just want, I know this is a little off topic. Just want to ask y'all a question, right? So, Paul George, do y'all think he should have just took the Kawhi money and stayed with the Clippers, or I just think his situation in Philly is nasty right now. I just think it's nasty. I think it's pretty much the same thing with Joel Embiid getting hurt. You know what I'm saying?
You want me to go first, BJ, or you got it?
Oh, y'all got it.
So, bro, to answer your question, I think he should have took a little less. And it's hard for me to say that because I'm never telling the person not to take the extra 20 or 30 million, whatever it was. But I live my life by one principle, right? You can't reach for the stars and hold on to the ground at the same time. You're gonna have to let one go. It's always gonna be sacrifice. So at this stage of his career, I feel like he's done everything. He's done everything but win a championship. So how important is a championship to you? And we're not talking about no little money, right? It'd be different if they were just trying to offer the man 100 million or 10 million or something like that. They was offering you the exact same thing that Kawhi took. Kawhi took that pay cut so we could build people around us because the team that we had last year wasn't enough to get it done. So we bring PG back, and even if we would have brought Harden back, even with the 3 of them, I still don't think it would have been enough to get it done if we weren't able to put some pieces like Derrick Jones Jr. there and bring Nico back and stuff like that around them. So we needed him to take the pay cut so we could build a better team. He wanted the bread, and I get it. Chase the bread, fill your pockets up. It's all about building, generational wealth. But how bad can we say realistically that he wanted a championship? And that's the only thing on his resume that I can
Nah,
point at and be like,
I think he said he was cool with the Kawhi money, but it was the no trade clause for him, I think, or some shit like that.
Yeah, it
but
wasn't
but
the money. I don't think
so
it wasn't the money. He wanted to. He was willing to take this. He was so basically he was. This started off during the season. Like he was willing to take less. He just wanted to say, okay, well, Kawhi is taking this. I'll get what Kawhi's getting. They didn't want to do that at first, and then they finally upped it up at the end of the season. They upped up his, same amount with Kawhi. And he said, okay, well, that's cool, but okay, I'll take that just with a no trade clause. And he said that the reason why he asked for no trade clause because we all knew that PG they're looking to shop him, which was I don't know why the hell they was looking to shop him, but they was looking to shop him so that his antennas went up. It's like, all right, so if I take this money and y'all trade me, okay, just give me an extra year then. So at least I got my money. So if I don't if I don't get the no trade clause and y'all trade me, then I took 3 years, the same as Kawhi, who I know y'all not gonna move. That's why he didn't ask for a no trade clause. So you guys wanted to possibly trade me if I didn't, and that's why the Clippers said no. So the Clippers really if they weren't going to trade PG, they would let him have the trade clause. Bradley Beal got a trade clause. So you tell me Paul George can't get a no trade clause?
yeah, I mean that Bradley Bill contract is a bad contract. You know what I mean? And so let me ask you this, BJ. You would have gave him the no trade if you were the GM.
Yeah, I mean you got to pick.
Okay.
You don't give him no trade clause. You're gonna pay him extra. Which would, because that's my thing. What would you do?
So for me, I wouldn't give him the extra money, and I also wouldn't give him. I'm not giving him anything Kawhi doesn't have. And I know that PG has been more available, but my thing is this, right? They show him a sign of good faith when they renew his contract after the Denver loss. So we can't say that they never pay him any money. They pay him money, and the only reason that I'm saying that I wouldn't have given him the no trade is just basically coming off what I just saw against Dallas. True enough, Kawhi wasn't there, but I didn't see a guy that left everything on the court. Like I
Yeah.
can look at Westbrook and be like, Westbrook left it all out there. I can
Yeah.
honestly say that. But I can't look at PG and say that he left it all on the court. A person can make an argument that he left it all on the court many times for the Clippers, and I won't disagree with that. I would agree with that. But I can also say that the Clippers have paid him before. It's not like they ain't never paid him. They paid him before. And my thing is, if you confident in yourself, I don't need the no trade, because I'm gonna come and I'm gonna play so well. The last thing you're gonna want to do is trade me. But
Nah,
my mindset is a little different.
Nah, I feel that, but
So
at the end of the day, you gotta understand like the NBA is a business. At the end of the day, if
It
Paul
is.
George is not, if the Paul George is not giving the Clippers what they want, and then he's gonna be about 38 around that time or 37. They might fuck around and trade him. So I ain't gonna lie. I just think either or would have been the best decision. You give him the no trade clause or you give him the money, you still win. Like you know what I'm saying? If
So
you hang a
the
no
reason I
trade,
don't give him the
I,
money, the reason I don't give him the money though, the main reason I don't give him the money is because we won't be able to build a roster up if I give him the money. The trade,
I get that point. But if
you
you
get what I'm
give a
saying?
no now if you give a no trade clause, right? Let's say you give Paul George the same Kawhi money, you give him the no trade clause. At least you got him for 3 years, right? And now he gets to play free. He gets to play free because he know he got his money. You know what I'm saying? And he knows he's not getting traded for the next 3 years, and he's at home with his family. So I just think he might have been a better player just knowing that, just the mindset. Him going in the off season like I got my
they paid
money,
him. They paid him the first. After they paid him the first time, you saw what he did.
right?
No,
So
agreed.
I'm just
Any
saying it's
man that
just
gets
the
their money,
mindset of the
bro.
player going
Like the
into the
same thing. Like when you get your money, bro, and you feel appreciated, bro, you're gonna poop. You're gonna play better. Like I don't
That's true.
understand why the Clippers were trying to shop him, bro. Like who are you gonna get in return? And that was my question. Who are you gonna get to replace him?
No, you can't. It ain't too many people out there that can replace Paul George. You know what I mean? So I agree with you. I just think the way that it went was the best possible way it could go. And the reason I'm saying that is because both sides had to protect their interests, right? We saying it's a business. PG got his money, so at the end of the day, we can't say that he did bad business because he got the bread that he was looking for.
Nah,
Now
he didn't know. Paul George never did bad business. The Clippers were the one that did bad business. They offered
but
him what? They
but see
offered him what?
that's the thing.
2 years 60. They offered
But
him
bro,
two
I
years
can't say that
60.
the Clippers did bad business though. I can't say
They
that they
did,
did bad
bro.
business,
They did.
bro.
Bro. That was bad business, bro. That was bad. They were banking. Listen to me, Skills. They were banging that this man was gonna stay in LA because his family is in LA. They were banging that he wasn't gonna leave, bro. Like
No,
that's what they
but
were
see,
banking on.
but this is why I'm saying that they didn't do bad business, right? We got to look at the full picture. It probably was a little bit of them thinking that he was going to resign, but they knew quickly after negotiations that that wasn't going to be enough for him to resign just because it's in just because he's living in LA. It was a calculated decision. First of all, we don't even if you sign him with the no trade for 3 years, we don't want Paul George for 3 years because we've just had Paul George for 4 or 5 years. So we've seen this story play out. So under no circumstances do we want Kawhi and PG for the next 3 years when we just had them for 4.5 years and we didn't get any results. So you'd be foolish to sign him for 3 years when we haven't seen what we wanted to see in the last 4 years. And then you can't pay him the max because you can't build a team. So I'm saying it wasn't the best way that it can go. The Clippers did have to do what was in the best interest for us. And then that's not even to mention that the trade that we had to do to initially get him. That's also one of the reasons why we can't build a team. Because if we hadn't given up all those picks and we picked we picked Paul George up, I don't think giving him a 3 year with the no trade would have been that big of a deal because we would have been picked up all these draft picks along the years and our team would be stacked. So we wouldn't even have to have a conversation about picking up other players. We could just give him the max and be okay. But because we gave up so much to get him, you leave us in a bad predicament because we can't. If we give you the max, we can't fill out a team. If we give you the 3 year no trade clause, then we stuck with you for the next 3 years, no matter how you play, whether you play good or you play bad. And then and also the only other thing that we could do is just let you walk and rebuild the team. And
And,
then
and
he got his money.
so So you let him walk, right? And he goes to Philly, he gets 212, 205, whatever he get. And look what you gave up for Paul George before. I just want you to see, like BJ put on the screen, look what you gave. You gave an MVP caliber player in Shai Alexander, and he's
We
averaging
did.
30. He's averaging 30 in OKC. He's been doing it for a while. He should have won MVP last year. And you giving first round picks. That's four. That's 7 first round picks that you gave for Paul George, and then you just let him walk. So I don't know. I just think that's bad. That is very bad.
This is my thing. Like, this is the thing. I'm not too hung up on the picks because see, the picks are only meaning something if the team was going to be trash. The team that they put together was supposed to win a championship. And
Right.
the only reason we ain't won a championship is because Kawhi has not been healthy. No one
Correct.
could predict that
True.
Kawhi was going to be hurt. So if we win a championship, no one's caring about these picks.
Nah, for
SGA
real.
was not no all-star caliber. He was never on. Paul George is an MVP caliber player. I'm doing that trade 10 out of 10 times.
Most
I'm
definitely.
not.
Most
I,
definitely.
I don't like the picks. Don't the picks only go into 2026? We were supposed to have the same tandem with Kawhi and PG, but unfortunately, no one's seen Kawhi Leonard being hurt the amount of years that he's been hurt. So that puts a monkey wrench. Oh, we should have kept. Nah, I'm doing that trade 10 out of 10 times.
Oh, most
SGA.
definitely.
I
So
feel
it's
you.
like I don't feel like we ain't seen it. We didn't see Paul George and Kawhi because they ain't been healthy on. Well, mainly Kawhi ain't been healthy on the court, so we didn't really see anything. So if you're
I
gonna
mean, that's true.
if you're gonna take off, if you're gonna get off on Paul George, you might as well get off on Kawhi.
Man, that's
If
what I'm saying.
that's the if you can't hold on to Kawhi, but let go of the guy who's been available and been playing. They came together, bro. Kawhi said, "I am not coming here unless Paul George is beside me." If Kawhi felt like he can do it by himself, he wouldn't have never asked for Paul George. So if you telling me like if somebody's telling me, okay, let's keep Kawhi here, but let go of Paul, that don't make sense to me because they came together, they came as a package deal. Kawhi obviously feeling he needs help he can't do what the same thing he did in Toronto. I want y'all to think about something. When's the last year Kawhi Leonard was actually healthy, coming off the playoffs, didn't need no surgery, no shortened season? What year can y'all go back and say Kawhi didn't need none of that?
It was 2019.
Mm-mm. He had surgery in 2019.
I thought that was the year. What year did he win the championship in Toronto?
Right. So even though he won the championship, Toronto, he had surgery. He was playing hurt. He wasn't even healthy.
Yeah. So, you saying what year was he just completely healthy with nothing going on?
Right.
That was the year he played, I think, in the Spurs when he got hurt. Right before he got hurt in that Golden State Warriors series, I believe. Old buddy stepped on his foot or did something like that. I think prior to then he had been straight.
Bro, that's 8 years ago, bro.
No,
That's
I feel
eight
you.
years. That's 8 years. 8 seasons. Kawhi Leonard has not finished the playoff healthy season, no ramification, no shortened season. He finished the entire season with no injuries, nothing. That was 8 years ago.
You know
And
what?
that's
So
not
it's
a
like,
problem.
I'm actually lying though, because he finished the 2020 season. Although we got eliminated in the bubble, he was healthy that season.
that season was shortened. We had a 4 month break.
It was. But I'm just saying he was healthy that season. That's the the last season that I could think of. He had to break or whatever. But if I remember correctly, he was healthy that season.
So that's what I'm saying. So if we need all these things to work in his favor, and somebody saying, okay, well, just let go of Paul George, be fine. I'm like, bro, you might as well just let go of Kawhi.
But see, the
Because
only, the only pushback that I got on that BJ is true enough. PG has been more available than Kawhi. That's undebatable. But every series that you can point to since PG and Kawhi was there together, every series that we point to, Kawhi not there, we don't make it as far. That Dallas series before Kawhi ended up getting hurt in that next season, Kawhi had to go crazy in game 6 and 7 for us to even get past Luka. Same in the bubble, same. The past season, I think it was the 2021 season or whatever it was. Kawhi not there, we don't make it as far. Like I'm sorry, but if I have to choose between Kawhi and PG, I'm giving Kawhi the money
you
every
don't have to
time.
choose
But
between neither or. That's the problem, Skills. You didn't have to choose either or. Like the thing is, they were a tandem. You don't choose between them. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. People, you know how many people try to split them up? They didn't. Boston said we're not splitting these two up. We're gonna stick to the code. We're gonna stick to. And after like 6 long years, took them 6 years to win a championship. They finally got over the hump. You don't split a duo like that up. That was the problem. People try to make them they're on the same team. They came together. They're two of the most elite two-way players of all of the in the NBA. And when they play against Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, they're a better duo. So
That's true.
I don't look at it like we gotta choose. We should. That's not how it should be. But going back to your point, in 2020, yes, Kawhi Leonard against the Nuggets, and well in the playoffs, he was the better player. In 2021, that was Paul George's run. Even in the Utah series, he carried us in games 5, 6, and even in the Sun series that we lost, he got us 2 games, and he was the best player on the court.
He was in the Sun series.
So it's like it wasn't like he didn't ever get us anything without Kawhi on the court. I'll say again, Kawhi's better, but it ain't by like a whole bunch. It's like he's one tier over him.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know if what I'm saying is coming off as if PG didn't do anything to help get us there. He did. That's not the argument I'm making, because he was the one who, got us to the conference finals. He did that. You know what I'm saying? There's no debate there. It's just, and I don't even disagree with what you said about splitting them up. I can't see myself giving him the max. The only conversation that I would have entertained if I was in the front office, I maybe would have entertained that same as Kawhi, the 3-year no trade. I possibly would have entertained that. But the max, like the question that Buddy asked originally, the max, I wouldn't have gave him the max. I'm sorry, he couldn't get the max.
I ain't say give him the max. I said give him the Kawhi money with the no trade. Like,
could I ask you one question? What do you think if he didn't hear about him getting traded, he would ask for no trade clause?
Probably not. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that. Somebody from the trade, you ask for the no trade. I get it. He probably heard it. He probably would. To answer your question, no. If he hadn't heard those rumblings, he probably wouldn't ask for it.
So why do you have to ask the Clippers that question? Why would you look to trade him?
Because you got this is the point that I was making earlier, BJ. You gotta look at it I'm looking at it. I respect what Paul George did from his perspective, but I also respect what the Clippers did from their perspective. They've already invested enough. And true, the draft picks wouldn't have mattered if we had been winning, but we hadn't been winning. So if you sit in the front office, you look at all of the draft picks, all of the stuff that you gave up for him, right? Because at the time, BJ, I agree with you 100%. I'm making that trade 10 out of 10. At that particular time, that's why I say context is important. At that particular time, I'm trading Paul George over Shea 10 times out of 10. I'm making that trade. But we fast forward until now, you sitting in the front office, you looking at how much you gave up to get Paul George. You looking at what we've done in the last 4 or 5 years. You looking at the team as presently constructed, and you trying to win a championship. You see this man is asking for the max. I can't give you the max because we can't build because of the trade that we made for you. And then now you want the 3-year no trade. So that means even if you and Kawhi get hurt next year and we playing bad next year, we can't get off of you.
But what was okay? But let me ask you a question. What did we need so much last year that we didn't have? Like, I thought we had a championship team. We went 26-5. We went third, bro. We were the number one. The record that we had last year, we ain't never had in this. What do we need to make moves to build our team?
So I think we still had the same problem last year that we have this year. We still needed a backup big because you think Zubac was the only big we had, and we was playing Daniel Tice and who the fuck is we playing some other dude. So we still needed a backup big last year. Yeah, Pomley. Sorry, Pomley. We still had him, and then we still had the same problem of Kawhi being at the 4. You know what I mean? And needing him to be at the 3. And like that was the same problem that we were still running into. And then we also had the power struggle between, James Harden and Westbrook. Like I keep telling people, I didn't want them on the same team. It has to be either one or the other. It has to be James Harden or it has to be Westbrook. It cannot be both. They can't coexist on the same team and not win a championship. Let me say that. And not win and win a championship, they both can't be on the same team. So we had to let one of them go.
Okay, so if we're looking at salary, I know old man want to intervene real quick, but I want to look at something because again, I'm just saying, who do we need to pay so much where it's gonna break the bank? I mean, you say a backup center. Okay, Mason Plum was making $5 million last year. That's not like we got to break the bank for that.
That's
Like
true.
so it's like backup centers don't cost that much money. Like this whole because I was hearing two different things. I'm hearing, well, we couldn't pay Paul George because we had to build the team and we had to we had to to collect the bar the CBA. Okay, well then I say okay, well what if he had played the way that they wanted him to play? Oh, we would have probably gave him the money. So it wasn't about the money. So because if he had played the way that y'all thought he was gonna, y'all would have paid him. So which one is it? Is it that you don't feel like the person doesn't think he's that caliber player? Okay, and we can okay say that, but I can't take when somebody says, well, we had to it was about the money. Nah, because if you look at championship caliber teams, bro, you're gonna have to pay.
For
And for
sure.
Steve Ballmer, that's literally money's the last thing with him. So
I, I agree.
my whole point was just saying like we didn't really the only thing I could see really like really we were lacking in was a four, which we've been dealing with that for I don't know how many years, but I mean I don't see the team we had last year was a championship caliber team.
I
I
guess
agree.
that's why I just
I
disagree.
agree.
I don't think we would have been able to beat Boston with the team that we had last year. I think we would have gotten beat in six.
Then we beat the hell out of
Man,
Boston
we
when we were
crushed
healthy.
Boston. We
Then we
crushed
beat
Boston when we went to Boston.
we
That was
beat
one
yeah.
game. That was one game.
Bro, if we face Boston, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, I'm taking that over Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown any day. And I'm putting
Man,
I don't think Boston, man. Nah, man.
Nah.
look. Here's the thing, BJ. I do think that Kawhi and PG is the better duo. Is a better duo than the other two guys that we talking about. No question. But I'm just looking at their team from top to bottom. The team that they had last year from top to bottom was better than our team from top to bottom. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that
So
they had the better duo at
so who was
all.
off their bench? Who was off their bench?
Let's see who was our big bench last year.
Hey, Steels, would you play this year's team against Boston?
No, I don't think we're ready to beat Boston this year either.
Hmm.
I don't think we're ready. Before I can say confidently say that we're ready to beat anybody, I have to see Kawhi get back up to about 87, 90%. My confidence is going to go up as he gets better. If he's playing like he's playing right now, no, man, we're not beating Boston. That's just the reality. We're not beating Boston. It's going to take a great Kawhi for us to beat those top tier teams. We can slide by some of these other teams. We can slide by Dallas. We can slide by the Suns. We can slide by the Lakers. But when you're talking about OKC, you're talking about Boston, you're talking about Cleveland. No, man, Kawhi has to be the best player on the floor for us to win. That's the only way we're gonna win.
Okay, but our defense is better though this year.
Our defense is better. Like I think you're the only person making that argument. Oh man, our defense is better. There's not even a debate.
Okay, because when you got, I mean, you Kawhi last year, you got Kawhi, you got Paul George, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden on the same team, and we couldn't beat Boston fully
Look,
healthy.
the only way that I can say we could have beat them is if by outscoring them. That's the only way. That's why the team was as good as it was last year, because we were outscoring teams. We wasn't holding them under 100 or doing nothing like that. We were just scoring 110, 115, 120. Like we were a high offense team. And if we played against Boston, that was the only way that we was gonna win. But you know, like I know, like DJ know, like Monty know, defense wins championships. So the offense was only gonna get us so far. But what about them games when our offense wasn't clicking? How were we gonna get the W then? Because we weren't locking up and stopping nobody.
So the
So
personnel, go ahead,
go
BJ.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh man, go ahead.
The personnel that we had last year was not better than Dallas.
We lost to Dallas.
No, the personnel that we had last year with Kawhi healthy, Paul George, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden. If they instead of Dallas playing them, if we would have played them with those guys on the court, we couldn't have beat Boston.
Yes, with a healthy Kawhi, yes. I mean, come on, Boston last year. No, man, I'm just not sure. Like, if we did beat them, it was gonna go down to a game 7 to the wire, and Kawhi was gonna have to. Kawhi and PG was gonna have to play out of their minds.
So Boston, I'm looking at their roster. They pretty much got the same guys as last year. So you had Jaylen Brown, Sam Hauser. So they stars is Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, Al Horford,
Derek
Jason
White,
Tatum, and
Derek White.
Derek White. That's their starting lineup. So let's just go with Harden and Drew
Hold on,
Holiday. So Drew Holiday is gonna be guarding James Harden.
so that's
So
gonna be a problem for Harden because he picking up full court. That's gonna be a problem for Harden.
that's okay. I'll give you that. So Drew Holiday but is he scoring on the other side as well? Because Drew Holiday was also scoring the ball as much as he was um, playing defense because he had the energy too.
Yeah, so
So
it depends on who checking Drew Holiday. Because if they got Harden checking Drew Holiday, then Drew Holiday gonna get some buckets. It just depends on who's checking who.
okay, well I would say Terrence Mann would be on Drew Holiday or Derek White, one of the two. Because again, if you got James Harden, Terrence Mann, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, and Zubac against Al Horford, Drew Holiday, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Derek White. Um, which starting five are you taking?
I'm probably taking our starting five. Like I'm taking our starting five over their starting five that you just named. But what about Porzingis? He must came off the bench when he came back for the playoffs. Because I do know he came back for the playoff run.
So he came back for
Two
game one,
games.
and
No,
he
two
missed the
games.
rest of the series. He missed the rest of the series outside of game 5.
Game 5. Oh, so he only came back for the finals.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I
So
mean, we match up well with them. That starting five, I feel like we match up well. I
so
give us the edge.
go to the bench. You got Russell Westbrook. You got Amir Coffey. You
Norman
got
Powell.
Norman Powell.
Norman Powell. And you got because they pretty much play 8, 9, 10 guys. Daniel Tice, and then Boston. Who they got? They got Porzingis, Pritchard,
Hauser.
Hauser. What's Hauser do?
I think Cornette was coming off the bench too.
Luke Cornett.
Sam Hauser, he a shooter. Like, he's a shooter. He a 3-point shooter. His shit butter, though. I ain't gonna lie. Sam Hauser shit is butter.
Yeah.
I don't think they bench is all that impressive, bro. Their
No,
whole
they
thing
bench
is they
is not.
starting 5.
They bench is not. Like,
Yeah, it's
it's
not.
pretty
It's
much,
not.
it's just they starting 5. I think if you stop Jason Tatum or you stop Brown, they very beatable, bro. But they had a good season last year. They just had a good season. They didn't play nobody in the playoffs. I think everybody is
That's true
forgetting that.
too. That's
I
true
think
too.
it's gonna be tough for them to win this year than it was last year. Everybody was hurt last year. They won. They got it. I give them that. They still won a championship, but I don't respect it because I don't feel like they play anybody, bro. Everybody was hurt when they won. So I want to see what they do this year when everybody healthy. I want to see when they gonna go through Milwaukee with them healthy with Dame and Giannis in the playoffs. I don't think so.
Well,
They gotta play New York and them. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be tough.
in the finals last year, they gave Kyrie fits, and you take Kyrie out the game, and then and they have to rely on Luka. You know, that's how
Yeah.
Boston really beat Dallas. They zoomed in on Kyrie. They made it real hard for him. And then Derrick Jones Jr. He couldn't put a ball in the ocean last year in the finals. Uh,
Yeah.
you
No, I
know,
agree, man.
so it was a good scheme that they played. Joe Mazzulla, he don't get credit and whatnot. I know he took over for Ime.
Oh man, they played the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, come on, bro. Come
Yeah,
on.
It doesn't
that's
matter
true.
how they got there. They won the
I
finals,
mean,
though.
they won, but come on, bro. Like, bro, they not Boston. Congratulations, man, but they not all that, bro.
Man, I don't got no pushback, and it's hard for me to make an argument that Boston would have beat the Clippers because I'm under the belief if I got a healthy Kawhi and just some good talent, good to great talent on my team, I feel like a healthy Kawhi with good talent and role players can beat anybody. That's just my personal belief. I feel like it would probably would have been difficult. Maybe we could have edged it out. The reason that I'm thinking that Boston would have probably had the edge, it would have came down to coaches, and I think that they were bigger. They had Horford and Porzingis, and I think that would have just gave us some matchup issues. Because I think 1 or 2 times I saw them run Porzingis at the 5 and Horford at the 4, and I think that would have been a problem for us just based off size.
See, you
Okay.
say Indiana, like Indiana was, Indiana got there. Didn't they beat Cleveland?
Um, uh,
No,
didn't
that was
Indiana,
Boston. Indiana beat New York.
no
Indiana beat New York.
Indiana
Okay,
Indiana beat hurt New York. Unenobly was hurt. They had a lot of I think they had Josh Hart. They playing 40 minutes. Like they had a lot of hurt teams out there. Like Indiana got there to me by luck. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
but the thing about it is, you got to give Boston credit because they was making it to the Eastern Conference Finals for the last 6 years.
yeah, nah, that's why I do give them credit. Like they have been working,
So just like
towards
BJ
towards
said,
that. They've been
they,
working there for 6-7 years, but they ain't really play nobody. Oh man,
they
that's
kept those
basically.
two guys together though, and those two guys finally rewarded them for keeping
Nah,
them
they
together.
did. They did.
Now
Hats
they
off to
got
them,
$300 million contracts. They world champions. And where's Boston getting all this money from?
Yeah,
They
the Clippers. That's my question. So
You
was it
got
about you didn't want to pay Paul George because of the CBA, or you didn't pay Paul George because you don't think he was that guy?
But you know what? I think didn't I hear Steve Ballmer said it was either him or Lawrence Frank that you pay. No, you go over the cap or you go into the luxury tax because you believe you're gonna win a championship. Did he say that?
Yep, yep. That was his
So
words.
obviously he don't believe this team is gonna win a championship.
Yep.
And that's bad when it
Hey,
comes from the owner like that.
yeah. Hey man, I'm finna hop out. I've been sitting in this gym parking lot for about 40 minutes. Shit, if I talk to y'all any longer, I ain't going in here, man.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to eat too, my brothers. Man, it's been a
Hey,
pleasure,
I'm
brothers.
about to get ready for this Celtics game tonight, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all. We
All
actually
right,
play
holla
y'all
at
tomorrow.
y'all.
Man, holla at y'all. Hey,
All
BJ,
right,
as always, man,
BJ.
salute to you,
I'm gonna
bro.
holler at y'all.
Salute.
Salute,
Salute to y'all,
salute.
brother.
All right,
Yeah.
then.
All right, y'all. So it was a great show today, man. I'm about to get caught up on these games myself, man. Y'all hit the like button as y'all come in here, man. As y'all leave. Until next time, pull up a seat, pull up a chair, pull up. Peace out of here like swimwear.